what's in reality, and I won't compromise between the truth and lies. This is where I make my stand. Please don't take me to your la-la land. It's all about geometry. All we see is horizontally. Show me what's in reality, and I won't compromise between the truth and lies. Show me what's in reality, and I won't compromise between the truth and lies. Reality is all I see. I don't need your fantasy. I've had enough of sophistry. I'll find my own philosophy. Reality is all I see. I don't need your fantasy. I've had enough of sophistry. I'll find my own philosophy, and you can't bend reality into what you think your cognitive sees. Something's happening to me. Don't remind me of how things used to be. We don't need no sycophants. Aren't we all just so sick of that?
And we are live. Welcome everyone. Such a good song, that. One of Buster's early stuff, but oh man, such good lyrics. You can't bend reality into what you think your cognitive sees. Such good lyrics, man. So real as well. Yeah, we've been talking to sophists just recently. Well, I say just recently. For years, actually. But it's become more and more apparent recently that there is no argument. And I don't, don't take it personally when you find out that, you might be one of those people without an argument, because the education system just hasn't taught people to see the beauty of the argument. It's not like a shouting match between people. It's the ability for you to find a proof, to do the mental processing that you have. Do that for yourself, and you can then learn how to formulate arguments and formulate your own proofs, or at least formulate your own ways to find proofs. Seems like we've got into an arena, and I think it isn't particular to this particular arena. I think it goes out throughout society nowadays. It's just hard to communicate. Nobody wants to actually even attempt to do that communication. What we're going to do though, right, in order for us to move forward is we're going to get famous. We're going to actually do what Wallace did, but better. We're going to take the concept of the rumpus pole, a way to prove the dogmatic globe model. And since the only place you've ever seen it, I'll put a thing on the screen here. See this? This is the only place you've ever seen at auto level. Well, it's not an auto level. This is a camera shot of Bedford. No doubt you've seen it. Well, we're going to put an auto level on each of those two bridges. We're going to find an equal elevation on that bridge over there and the bridge that we're on. And we're going to show people about the equal elevation from A to B. And we're going to give you a chance to mentally position your own rumpus poles. Obviously, we're not gonna, we can't manufacture rumpus poles. There's only one person that does that, and he's not even gonna give us the plans or even his video. He's keeping it highly secret. The designer of the rumpus pole. You'll get to hear a bit about it tonight. We're going to go over a bit of the manufacturing process and some of the problems that were held by some of the designers of it. So yeah, that's what we are going to do. We're going to get 2 auto levels. We're going to broadcast it live to Discord. I don't know who's going to want to be involved in it, but I think we might be offering up sponsorship. We're going to do a GoFundMe, obviously. You can't do these sort of things without a GoFundMe for publicity, to see who wants to get involved. Obviously, people will be able to be involved both on the day, if they want to come and join us at the Home of Level, or if they want to just come and join us within the Discord, where we will be streaming live, simultaneous auto level shots from an equal elevation above a stretch of water. There are things we can do. We can drop plumb bobs off the side of bridges to water. Perfectly capable of doing that. Also setting up auto levels. We can do that too. And we can definitely affix cameras onto those auto levels so we can broadcast it into Discord. We've practiced it, done it many times. And we will prove the dogmatic globe. It doesn't seem like Rumpus is actually going to do anything. So, I mean, I'm sorry. Apologies, Rumpus, if we're treading on anybody's toes here, but things must do, right? Rumpus isn't going to do it. It's like going up a mountain or going up a hill with an auto level with Ranty. They all talk a big game, but they just can't do it. So we've got some tests planned, and one of them, yeah, we can reciprocate the rumpus pole. Blue marble science armchair surveying technique of using an auto level beyond its usable range for the usual surveyor. That's right. That's what we can do. That's what I'm going to do. And we're also going to do some optics tests. We were thinking about a bit of laser waving. Dinghies, though. Dinghies in the water. waving lasers at each other. If that's all right. We've got Blood Sticker. I think Spot On wants to come with us. Getting in a dinghy. Me and my lads. So we can have like a load of fun. Reciprocal auto levels. We'll probably wait until the right time of the day. Correct conditions to do it. We'd have to do it properly. Get a couple of thermistor arrays. I think we only need one for each auto level, I think. But it depends where you want to imagine your rumpus pole. Whether you can imagine a thermistor array there as well. That'd probably be the best way of doing it. And we'd actually do this. I'm not joking about this. This is real. This will be happening. If anybody wants to come and get in on it, this is the place that we do things. Come and get involved. Reciprocal auto levels. The best way, I think, I've heard recently to prove the dogmatic globe. The easiest way, the most direct way, and the cheapest way, I think. You don't need theodolites or anything. 2 auto levels is quite cheap. Obviously the fuel to get there and a little bit other things. A drone would be nice, wouldn't it? You could imagine your rumpus pole at a greater elevation if we had a drone. We'd have to watch out for the power lines and stuff, but I think we could do that. Anybody want to come pilot a drone at Bedford when we go there? To prove the dogmatic globe, or the globe dogmatic, one or the other. Either, it doesn't really matter.
I have a feeling I'd be rubbish at flying a drone, so
you'd be best in the Discord.
yeah. Yeah. Unless I'm actually there.
Oh yeah, you could come.
You never know.
Well, there you go. That'd definitely be worth it. If we could get a night there or whatever, a couple of nights. Get Emma, bring the family. Let's do a full Bedford weekend.
Yeah.
Or midweek or wherever. Depends.
I think we'd get pretty much most of it done in like 2 days.
I think so. Would you get in a dinghy with a laser?
Possibly.
Yes, that'd be worth it.
I would have to judge once I've looked at the actual location.
I've been in a dinghy though. That was quite easy to get in it.
Okay.
So listen to that. Get Emma in a dinghy at Bedford. Get Emma in a robotham position, 8 inches away from the water, waving lasers.
Okay. Yep, I can manage that.
Yeah. So stuff that, Rumpus. Should have done it earlier, Rumpus. You should have put your stuff out while we're waiting for Rumpus to dick about putting his videos out. I know he's got life. Always gets in the way. It's been getting in the way for years. So I'll start that up tomorrow, I think. Tomorrow? See what we can get. The reciprocated rumpus poles at Bedford. On the level 2023. Proving the Dogmatic globe. Or the globe dogmatic, one or the other. So that's what we can offer. But hey, maybe we get a bit of sponsorship. Right. Anybody got anything else? Because, I mean, I've been sort of worn out by... We've had a guy come round. He sounds a lot like Pickled Rick and Morty Master. But he says he can't even remember who they are or whether his name was that at some point. Uh-oh. Just a minute.
Uh-oh. Does anyone have anything they want to say? They wanted to mention? Seeing as Bev's indisposed for 5 minutes. Any
It's okay.
ideas?
I'm back. I'm back. Don't worry about it. You did well, though. Thank you very much.
I was just about to start talking to you about the boat experience. But
Okay.
carry on, Bev.
No, go on, carry on.
Your dinghy experience. No, yeah, you're up for that, yeah, Emma?
If it's physically possible for me to be there, then yeah, I wouldn't mind being there.
Right.
I think Emma deserves to be part of this. I don't know who's going to run the Discord.
No.
If Emma comes down there, but we'll have to put somebody in charge of that because it'll need recording.
But if I wait for you guys to come down this way, it'll take years.
I know. But yeah, I think this is the best way for us to get going and kick off. From this, then we can expand to the realizing Euclid. Probably. The real stuff. But this is an optics test. I'm interested more in the optics on it. It looks...
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Rob. Would you want to see Emma in a dinghy, Rob? Doing the Robotham, waving lasers.
I don't know if I like how that was worded. I'm a married man.
Do Americans actually do they call them dinghies?
I'm not an American.
Well,
That's offensive.
Canadian, American, kind of. It's kind of the same landmass, you know.
Yes, we do call them dinghies.
Okay, so you knew.
I don't know about in the United States. I don't know what they call them.
I could just imagine someone out there being like, "What on earth is a dinghy?"
It's a very small boat.
Yeah.
What do you mean by hang on? What do you mean by a very small boat?
Hang on, I have a picture of me and my daughter in a dinghy. I'm gonna grab it right now and put it in the live chat.
There is a difference between a boat and a dinghy.
Yes, I just need to be clear that we're...
It's not a lilo.
Well, it kind of almost is. It's just in boat shape.
It's a lilo with sides.
Yeah. You don't have to post a picture, Rob, honestly.
It depends how nice the weather is. I mean, we could get a double mattress, an inflatable double mattress.
Yeah, you can have that.
You'd get down pretty low on that, though, wouldn't you?
You probably get wet.
Actually, I've got a 2-man canoe.
Oh, see, there you go.
Yeah, well, could you get it down there?
That's what I was thinking. But yeah, it's inflatable.
well, that's perfect, isn't it? You could,
Oh,
you could,
that's one of the ones I wanted.
yeah, you could canoe up to the hump, couldn't you?
Oh, and
Yeah, I've heard it's
somebody needs to bring a scooter or something. You know, like an electric scooter thing that the kids use. Go up and
yeah,
down
good
the
point. Yeah,
canal.
that was quad
Yeah.
bikes are just too much.
A little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, a little scooter that would be good.
Well, I haven't got one of them.
If all staff can be provided with a scooter, would be appreciated.
Shall we
Yeah.
put it in the GoFundMe?
I'm not
I
walking
think it'll work.
6 miles up and down there. That sounds like, yes, fun.
No, we don't need to do that. Like, you literally, if you walk 10 yards into it, you'll lose cell phone signal. So you have to stand on the bridges. You just drive from one bridge to the other. That's the only place that we're ever going to be, on those bridges.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
I might paddle down the canal if I fancy it.
Yeah, I'd like to do that. Laser waving at Bedford.
I'll have to get a better laser. Mine was pretty. Well,
Yeah, green
wasn't
lasers
even
all
worth
around.
terrible. That was the magenta, is it? Like a purpley colour.
Yeah.
Not very powerful at all. But the green ones, yeah, they were. Well, that was. I've never seen anything like that before.
Could you not see yours each end on? Would it not go that distance?
The actual it wouldn't even hit the sluice gate
Oh.
in front of us. Literally, like 200 meters. And I was like, I'm not going to be part of this. And luckily, Bloods was kind enough to let me his for a 5 minutes. But I could see him wanting it back pretty soon after. And it's quite good fun. I was just trying to hold it, as steady as I could in one position. And I'd held it quite. And someone said, it was being held like, like dead straight. Like.
I've been looking at that Zoom, and can you see in the background? How high is that tree line?
In the light set, I think, sorry.
Yeah, in the GIF that we have when we did do that Zoom.
Mm-hmm.
How high is it? All of those trees and stuff in the background.
I'm waiting for it to come up. The image hasn't come up for me yet, sadly. I'll have to.
Because it's it must be a fair way off. Because it's, like Farmer's Boy says, it's very, very flat out there. Yeah,
what, the Bedford
trees.
levels?
Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't have used those words, but that's what Farmer's Boy
Bedford
said.
levels are pretty flat, Well, no, what did he say? What type of flat?
Very, very flat.
Twice as very.
Mm. Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing if we could get. There you go.
Okay, yeah.
Dingy.
Yeah, we're on about the same thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was such a good time.
That's a really cool photo.
I don't think Emma's going to look like that. I think Emma will keep her top on.
Yeah.
No, we would hope so.
Where is this conversation going? I will be fully clothed. Have
I
no
already
worries.
told you I'm a married man.
He knew before he posted it that this was going to be brought up, covering his tracks twice.
I just wanted you guys to know that I know what a dinghy is. I've been in a
Yeah,
dinghy.
that is a dinghy.
Yeah, that is definitely a dinghy.
That's typical. They used to be orange, but now they're all types of colours.
What is that?
We can get that.
The same thing.
John, we can do that. We could do it on the level Discord thing.
Hey, you could turn the Rob Keane into a set of them. The Rob Keane mask.
Rob Keane, yeah. Rob Keane bikini.
Oh, the new Rob Keane swimwear collection for women.
Emma will be presenting that on the day.
No, you can. You can.
Yeah, we're not joking about this either. This is serious. It may sound like we're having fun, but we will be having fun when we do it. But we are going to do it. Bedford is the ideal position and place for being able to do these tests. It's understandable why people use that. You know, why Robotham and all of those guys.
You looked at the live chat?
Yeah. I still got it. I'm waiting for when the masks come back into use. I think I've got me at Blackpool as well, at Southport, holding the Nuggets with the Rob Keane face mask on.
That really does make it look like you got a massive nose.
Have you ever seen Wallace and Gromit?
Yes. So far, the show has been really serious so far for the first half an hour.
Say cheese for the camera.
Yeah, that was fun. That I did get some funny looks when I was walking around the shops.
What?
Someone
Funnier,
asking him to put a mask on.
funnier looks than everyone looking at each other with masks on, giving them funny looks, because that's what I was doing. Yours would have made me laugh, and I probably would have come up and gone, I really like that mask. I think that's funny.
I would have said, come up to you and said, is that Rob Keane?
Rob Keane? Fancy meeting you in here. I thought you were
Canadian.
Yeah. Thought you were only in America.
Well, on the same landmass.
Yeah.
Canada.
Over there, yeah.
As Emma nicely put.
Yeah.
And yes, the t-shirt range is out. It has been. Have you seen that with J-Ro? J-Ro's pick. I'm waiting for my t-shirt to come through because I've done a promotional t-shirt just to check whether the print quality is good. But apparently J-Ro's bought one and it's all right. He's got to check it before me. So the t-shirts will be being released very soon on the level. If you want to join, you can help.
Just make sure you get the, if you're a male, get a male shirt. If you're, make sure you get the right shirt. That's all I can say,
Wait, have you ordered a female one?
Well, no, I just, J-Ro. I thought maybe that was a female shirt. I don't know, man. That was just me, man. I don't know.
It was a medium. On the level t-shirt where, well, not just t-shirt logic. You can support. I will put the link out once I've actually seen the t-shirt is all right with the print and all of that. And then anybody wants a t-shirt design or whatever doing, want it personalizing, we can be able to open the shop up and do all of that sort of stuff. Then we're going to go to Bedford, prove the dogmatic globe. Let you all, we'll obviously be able to take you through in video form exactly how the workings of the Rumpus pole, how you should be imagining it on the day, how the dogmatic globe works with this new method of working for the drop. Go big, go home, use the full quadratic. We're the people that can do that. We have the rhetoric. We now control it all. It's ours. We're taking Bedford. We're going. Rumpus tried to put his flag up, but it's like, this is like capture the flag at Bedford, and we've stormed it. We're having it. I don't think Rumpus will ever be coming back. I think he's got a postcard from Jesse Kozlowski. Postcards from Jesse Kozlowski. That's where Rumpus is going. He can watch it, right? He can come in and watch it when we do it on Discord. Right? He can imagine he's there helping out. We know George is going to be with us when we go and do it. We're doing it for George. Taking it off Rumpus. Rumpus doesn't deserve any of this. He's lost his chance. I did hear as well that Kenny, the Australian guy, the one that's over in Blue Ops, he wanted to buy us a theodolite. And that's a bit too much, really. We can't accept things like theodolites off blue marble scientists. They need it. People like Jesse Kozlowski might come back at some point. He might need his theodolites. We can't be taking that off. I mean, I think Larry Scott's still around. Wonder whether what Larry Scott would think of the reciprocal Rumpus pole measurements, imaginings, calci measurements. Does anybody know? Good day, all. Does anybody know where Larry Scott is? He's the guy that told my son that triangles have more than 180 degrees in reality. Has he been hiding it? Is he hiding out anywhere? Might have to go and have a word with him. I think he's the only surviving globe surveyor left. No? He's a hard one to track down. These globe surveyors. They're most likely to Jesse Kozlowski. So don't be surprised. Don't be surprised if your globe surveyors do a Jesse Kozlowski. And I don't expect Rumpus to be coming back around, not since the beating he took yesterday. And we're going to go back over the rest of the Rumpus pole. I don't know what to call it. Well, George, I mean, it's only fair to point out that George couldn't really talk a lot, and you'll notice in these conversations that we have, we are very friendly to George. I like George, even though he handed out death threats and, you know, he thought you know, he said all sorts of horrible things and lies about people, but that was only because he was led into it. It really, yeah, he was a bit of a really weird guy. Can't really defend him that much, but I quite like George. I like George for his willingness to attempt to justify a dogmatic model, whilst knowing they had no proof of it. To prove a dogmatic model, that takes commitment for people to be able to do that. So thank you very much, George. And we are going to do, in George's honour, we are going to do the reciprocal rumpus pole from Bedford. Obviously not surveying, but I mean, in honour of George, blue marble surveying. Because it's what George would have wanted. Since nobody else is making any videos about George, we could dedicate this to George. The nutsack. Double nutsack. There you go. Reciprocal rumpus poles with the double nutsack in honour of George. So let everybody know. I don't know, where are the big places for the Globe guys? Obviously there is Lake Pontchartrain and the hump, 90-foot hump. Bedford, right? Wallace also, hump in the middle. Anywhere else? Oh, they've got the bridges, haven't they? The bridges with the supports that are leaning out a bit. Anybody? Anything else? What else have they got? There isn't much, is there?
I would propose Salar de Uyuni, but I am slightly shy.
Well, what proofs have they got? Like, it shouldn't be hard to get at least in the top 5. If we go to Bedford and do a double nutsack, a reciprocated rumpus pole, where would that land us? Where could we put ourselves on the table of globe proofs? Dogmatic globe proofs. Make it big. We'd have to be up there, wouldn't we? An entire Discord server of people being able to get onto the history books of proving the dogmatic globe. We could do it live. Everyone in here could record it for themselves and say that they were here. They were here to view the reciprocal rumpus pole. I'd be jealous because I'd only be at 1 auto level, right? You guys in Discord would be able to see them side by side. You could have a comparison. You could get the full double nutsack right in one picture. The double nutsack on your TV in your living room, if you're in your living room. And of course, we wouldn't just leave you hanging like that. I couldn't just show it you without explaining it fully. Exactly how we derive the rumpus pole. Obviously, we'd have to leave it into your imagination of where you position the rumpus pole, because that controversy is still raging. I was hoping to have a guy come round today. Seems like one of the new experts, but seems like we were talking to a staffist for most of the day. He didn't get a chance to come. So, Nico, if you're out there, pop round tomorrow sometime, hopefully. Is it Friday tomorrow? Free for all Friday. That's the ideal time. There you go. Eric's got the idea. The further the distance, the higher your rumpus pole will have to be. I don't think higher's... It says sort of a measurement higher. Larger. Larger your rumpus pole. Okay. That's been a good intro. See? That was a bit better, wasn't it, Emma? Not as heavy. Right, because I've got nothing else to do, and I had to go out today, so I didn't really get a chance to plan anything. I think it's worthwhile going over the sort of the second half of the George and Rumpus, how to measure in the slope of the water level in a canal, and the return of the nutsack drop. That's what the video's called. It is over a year old, this video. So if Rumpus says he's going to do his videos and stuff soon, you can guarantee that it won't have happened, and that when he said soon back then, it was just a blatant lie. Or the fact that life's got in the way and he's still not quite... Because he did say earlier it would be in the next couple of days. So he must be nearly ready for putting a video out back then. But he's still not there. Well, we were discussing it today. We said that Rumpus hasn't got any footage at all, so he's never going to be able to make a video. And I know he does, and if he did have a video on footage that he would make a video, then he'd just put that out and say, ha ha ha, see, Bev? But he doesn't, so that sort of shows that Rumpus hasn't got anything. He hasn't got any footage. It's doubtful whether Rumpus actually has an auto level. Farmer's Boy might have a camera. He definitely took some pictures of some sheep. Let me get this. Now, I don't really want to put you through. If anybody gets get bored of listening to Rumpus, just tell us that that's enough, right? You guys listening as well. And we'll just call it a day. Don't really matter. But we are going to be doing this test. This is what we're about now. I think the days of us triggering people are over and done with, really. But just to inform people now. Let me get the... It's on it? Yep. There you go. Okay, we left off to the bit that we were on yesterday. I don't know where exactly we were left off. So it might take a little bit to catch up. Everyone all right with that? Can you guys see it in the Discord? I don't know. It's going to be George and Rumpus. See if you can deal with it. George didn't need to work out what down was or anything. So much different, George.
I'm sorry. I my microphone got muted. I didn't know my mouse pointer crept over to the microphone. Maybe you didn't hear a lot of what I said.
I didn't hear anything of what you said just recently, no.
Oh, geez. Okay, I was saying in regards to the council or the owners of the canal, I don't know what Rumpus has done in terms of communication there. I'm leaving that part of the logistics up to him, as I've just been helping him with some of his engineering issues, overcoming some of the difficulties and stuff that he found, you know.
There's not much engineering difficulties in that, though, right? You've got to look and see. Has he done any testing to see how far his auto level can actually go?
Yes, he's been there about 5 different times here in the last month on weekends. And the part you probably didn't hear is that they found it a lot more difficult in setting things up because they have to do quite a bit of hiking. They can't where he's setting up some of this stuff. Apparently, they can't drive there, and there's a lot of overgrowth and bramble and bushes and stuff that makes it difficult hiking.
Yeah, with a 5x3 board or whatever.
Yeah, he's kind of overbuilt it. He builds it for an eternity, and I've tried to.
Can you remember me talking to Rumpus a bit ago, saying that George had some problems with Rumpus and his design and all of that? Does that sound familiar? And Rumpus said that George didn't have any problems with it at all. Well, Rumpus did it all, and he even taught George about the mathematics and everything. That isn't what George seems to be saying in here. So, Rumpus, it'd be nice if you, please, don't misrepresent George. He has had conversations about this. It's only right. You know it is.
Advise him on that, but his damn thing is so heavy. And it's quite a heavy sail when you put it up on the posts, and that's creating a lot of difficulties in itself. But that's Rumpus. I mean, he overbuilt it, and for one of a kind test.
Telescopic pole with that 5x3 sheet on the top of it.
Yeah, there's basically the way it's constructed is there's a I don't know what the standard diameters there. I can't remember what you have in the UK.
Right, listen to this. This is George going over the engineering spec for a Rumpus pole. Now, this is why I think it's good, and I think Rumpus should be doing a video entirely on the design and manufacture of the Rumpus pole. It deserves it. Because, I mean, if you listen to George, this is an engineering masterpiece that Rumpus has done. Well, I'll let you decide. I'll wait till we come up with it.
Okay, but for us, it's like 4-inch diameter sewer pipe or PVC pipe, and put a long 2x4 in there, and there's a rope attached to that with a pulley at the top of the pipe. So you've got like a wooden staff inside a pipe, and then you pull it on up. And then he's got a collar on it to which he has a number of lines attached to guide in place, to hold it in place. To withstand breezes and winds and to keep it from toppling over.
30 feet. Nearly 10 meters.
Yeah, it goes, I think you can get up to about 28, 30 feet, somewhere in there.
Wow. You could perhaps have a go at doing the 33 feet. Can you? If you could erect one of these, can you get us the plans for it? Because that would be ideal for us, a telescopic pole of 33 feet. Has he got a winch on it?
Yeah, you can just pulley the water hose up it.
Just
Yeah.
and off you go. Right, you wouldn't even need to put a big board up there. You just need your camera, the bottle. That's it, really, isn't it?
This is basically what I did.
Do you like that? I don't know whether you'd have to have been in this server to understand. But we have another one of the, call it an experiment, a test that we try and get people to do with the water level, 33 feet. And Rumpus, it seems like he's designed, well, an aid for the 33 feet test. So that's why I want Rumpus to put a video out to show the design and manufacture of the Rumpus pole. All we need is 33 feet. Perhaps 34 just to get a little bit so we can like move it up and down. But if it's got a winch on it and everything, then we might be able to get a couple of them for the on the level team.
Get him to give you a price. Get him to quote it like 2 Rumpus poles.
A couple of Rumpus poles, 33 footers. 2 33-foot Rumpus poles, please. Thank you very much. So that's George explaining how the Rumpus pole was designed, manufactured. Like we've seen Rumpus there with the guide ropes and everything. I didn't see the telescopic part, but hey, it's there within the design and manufacture.
Several years ago is, our PVC pipes that what's standard here in the States is 10-foot long, 4-inch in diameter, a sewer pipe or PVC pipe. You can do Schedule 40 or Schedule 80. I usually use Schedule 40, which is a heavier pipe.
Yeah, they're that wibbly wobbly though, right?
Well, no, not a 10-foot long pipe.
Yeah, but you've got to do 30. You've got to.
Yes, let me finish. I'm telling you how to build it. Is the standard pipes that we have, like I said, are 10-foot long, 4-inch diameter, and they have flared ends where you can stack these end to end if you want, And usually I did 2 of them to get 20 feet, and then I would buy I guess we can get longer 2x4s here than you can in the UK. Rumpus was saying the longest he could get there was about 20 or 22 foot. I can get up to 28 foot here, but.
Anyone? Does anybody know whether we can fact check Rumpus on his 3x2 length? I don't know why it matters, but I mean, apparently the length of your 3x2 matters, and George can get another 4 foot. Only makes sense though, doesn't it? I mean, is Rumpus versus George.
Well, I just hope that he opts for the Schedule 80 versus the Schedule 40. The Schedule 80
on his, well, he
rigid.
used the yellow stuff, didn't he? That's not it's not sewer pipe, is it?
No, yellow usually is gas.
It's normally the big roll, isn't it? The yellow stuff. Yeah. It doesn't normally come in straight lengths. It comes on a big roll. So no wonder it had a bit of a bend in it.
Who knows? I just wanted to clear that up. He said that the Schedule 40 is heavier than we.
We got it the wrong way around, did he?
Say if you just even took, say one of the sewer pipes and stacked a half on top, so you have a 15-foot sewer pipe, and then put, say, a 20-foot, 22-foot 2x4 inside, and then what you do at the top of your pipe is you make a a top that the 2x4 can, well, 2x4 will fit snug inside a 4-inch pipe. So if you pull it up inside the pipe, from inside the pipe, you know, you can hoist it up as a telescope. You know, the 2x4, you lift it up on out of the pipe and then affix it with some guy wires to stakes in the ground to hold it in place. And, you know, it's pretty easy to manage.
I see. This is why I really want to see a video on this, because telescoping a 2x4, 4x2 through a sewer pipe. I don't know. I don't get it. I don't understand how you telescope a 4x2 through a sewer pipe. But I'm hoping Rumpus is going to do a video on it.
And it's not just the 2x4, right? I mean, isn't there a board or something at the top of it, like a target or something?
Yeah, there's a 5x3 foot board at the top. I think that's how big it needs to be for you to be able to see it, I think.
Yeah, I very vaguely remember this conversation. I just don't know if George talks about that board at all. Like, is it plywood? Is it like 1/4-inch plywood? Is it like 3/4-inch plywood? I mean, that's heavy.
Yeah.
That's some heavy shit right there.
Yeah, to be having 30 foot up in the air.
Yeah.
Like,
just the 2x4 itself is going to be a chore, but then to have a, you know, if it's plywood or whatever, it's some kind of board on it.
Yeah, it's
holy crap.
Engineering on this alone is worth a video, isn't it?
Absolutely.
The design and manufacture of a rumpus pole. Telescopic, no less. And, like, don't forget, he's got the thermistor arrays. He's got it like a variable. He's going to have people up a bit, down a bit, up a bit. It's going to be measuring the actual things. There's like a readout on it. I don't know whether people will be calling it out to Rumpus or whether it's got a digital readout for the height. I mean, who knows? It all sounds well designed, though. Best leaving Rumpus and, well, like, sadly, George, the engineering genius, isn't around anymore. God rest his soul. But Rumpus is taking it up. He'll be putting a video out soon. Yeah, come on, George. A 30-foot thing with 5x3 foot sail at the top of it.
Yes, but you guy it down. You tether it down. Bab, you tether it down to stakes in the ground.
I understand that, George, but that's still one hell of an operation.
Well, it is.
Yeah.
I did that. I did that out on the ice. And I went up 28 feet that way with a large target. And it withstood winds out on the ice at 35 miles an hour.
You sound like a practical guy, George. You sound like you do stuff like that. And not to be, you know, funny about it. Rumpus isn't that sort of a guy to me.
Oh, he isn't, but he's learning.
Yeah, but that's one hell of an undertaking to do that, what you've just said. Not only to actually erect it and get it all there, but to actually make it as well. I don't think Rumpus is capable of doing that. I'm sorry.
Well, he did.
He must have help.
Well, yeah, he has. This last time he went out, he had like 5 people with him to help him.
5? Wow.
So, yeah, he can't do it by himself. I mean, I did all my stuff by myself, but it was quite a struggle.
Yeah. George is much more of a practical guy than Rumpus. I can't see. You could see George doing this, going backwards and forwards, across Rainy Lake while it's frozen, fixing boards onto signs and stuff, channel markers, him just sort of strapping stuff to any old channel marker. Illegal, but George, you know, everybody
with 35-mile-an-hour winds.
Yep.
Stuff. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, one winter, that's what he did. He spent all of his time going backwards and forwards, strapping signs to channel markers and all of that over Rainy Lake.
Well,
He
I think
told us
George
about
is
it.
yeah, he did different comes from a different era, you know, when men were men. I mean, that's what men would do, stand out there on the ice in Minnesota, I think it was, right? I mean, that's freaking cold. If
Yeah.
nobody's been to Minnesota in the wintertime, yeah, you don't want to be in Minnesota in the wintertime. It's freaking cold there. Really cold.
And like I said to George, right, I don't think Rumpus is capable of doing it. I hope Rumpus has got some good friends to help him out. Because, I mean, really, can you see Rumpus designing and engineering and manufacturing this Rumpus pole? I mean, we've seen it. We've seen it there. Seen it all.
Yeah, and the did you say over, or did someone say over-engineered? I mean, because it doesn't look over-engineered to me. That's
George says he's over-engineered it. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not, because it'd be stood up straight if it was over-engineered.
Well, they could have over-engineered the curve into it.
Well,
did you think of that?
Over-engineered means, like, you know, made fail-proof. You know, like, or you could put a concrete lintel over that door. No, let's put a steel in there. That sort of thing. You know, let's.
Yeah, another 10 mil. Yeah. Rumpus is just, I don't think he's capable of doing it, but hey, he is going to put his videos out to prove that he can do it soon. But this is just goes to show that obviously George is capable of talking to us quite civilly about these sort of things. And he did definitely have problems with it. You know, like you can see that George and Rumpus have actually talked about this and found out the problems. I mean, I don't know who else ever Rumpus talked to. Does anybody know anybody, you know, like when we say we're going to put out a test, we give everybody a chance to have an input into it or whatever. Has anybody ever heard Rumpus asking, you know, what's the best way to erect a 30-foot pole with a 5x3?
No, it sounds like it sounds like he wasn't really wanting to listen to George. But George, to be fair to Rumpus, I mean, George did say that Rumpus wants to build it like it's for forever. But why wouldn't you do that with a Rumpus pole? I mean, if you're going to have a Rumpus pole, you need it to be for forever.
Well,
yeah.
Well,
right.
you need, hold on, it needs to be adjustable to be forever.
Well, it should be there for future generations, right? You can't just erect a Rumpus pole and then, you know, site it and then just disappear and leave it not for everybody. You want it to be a permanent structure.
Yeah, I think I think that's what George was getting. George wanted to do quick and dirty, like you get in, get out kind of thing. And Rumpus understands the legacy that he's going for here.
Yeah.
Because you can't, I mean, you have to think about the museums, right? The museum pieces and, you know, stuff like, and if it was in the States, it'd be like the Smithsonian. I don't know if the UK has a Smithsonian kind of thing, but yeah, you need to think about these things.
The Australians and all of that definitely go bigger, right? You get people with 23,000-foot Rumpus poles. But in order to do the first one, that's what Rumpus is after, I think. He's after, you know, like the, you know what they have in the museums? They have the space shuttle, the one that went to the moon, right? I think that's what Rumpus is after. He wants that spectacle of like designed, engineered, and built by the Rumpus.
Right. So when people walk by the velvet ropes, right? Because I've been to the Smithsonian, seen the shuttle that went to the moon. right? Yeah, and when people walk by that, it's like you're in awe of the engineering. You know, it's like, wow, that thing actually, that's the kind of thing I think
Yeah.
Rumpus is going for. And you know, again, fair to Rumpus, right? But George was just like, dude, let's get this done. Let's
Yeah.
get it done. And here we are, like, what, a year and a half later, almost?
Yeah. I think that's
And
what George was
nothing,
doing, right?
nothing.
I haven't got all of, you know, I haven't got forever, Rumpus. Let's get it done. It's a shame. You never got to see it realised. Yeah, we did ours by ourselves as well. It's not that hard when you make it easy. Simplify it. This one sounds like a nightmare.
Yeah, well, like I said, it's ended up being not as an easy operation as he had first anticipated.
Do you know if he's tested his auto level to see what he can see
Yes,
5 miles away with that board?
Yes, they did this. They did this last weekend.
Right.
They made a first test.
Nice. So there's pictures of that test of what we can see through 5 miles.
Well, I don't know that they took any photographs through the auto level. They were just doing a proof of principle.
He doesn't know if they did took the footage, but Rumpus has told us that he's had the footage for like over a year and a half. So it sounds like Rumpus was keeping some footage back from George with the auto level. Wonder why he'd do that. Wonder why Rumpus hasn't made his videos and why he didn't inform George that he'd actually got the videos from his proof of concept looking through the auto level at the actual thing. Sounds very secretive, even within the actual the hierarchy, the big group of people. All right. So, but it was good, right? He got a thumbs up.
Well, that's what he said. Yeah, that's what he said. Right. Yeah.
Nice.
They do have some concerns, though, about some of the trees on the banks getting in the way at times. You know, when
the trees on the banks getting in the way. Are you sure? You think Rumpus been saying? Perhaps Rumpus has chopped the trees down. I can't remember seeing them getting in the way. Anyone else in any of the trees on the banks that got in the way? Perhaps Rumpus has prepared it
there
already.
No trees. No trees.
He must have got rid of them then. There must have been a problem and Rumpus has rectified it.
There may be a couple of trees to one side, and maybe that was his problem. He went the wrong side.
On the other side.
I don't know. On the left side, yeah. Looking from Welney, it'd be on the left.
He wasn't on the left, though, was he? That's where the sheep were.
Okay.
He was on the other side than the sheep.
I don't understand exactly where he was, to be honest.
Yeah, I think he might have been.
Where the pole was erected.
Yeah, he might have got rid of the trees. Maybe Farmer's Boy. That's what Farmer's Boy was doing with his machete. Chopping down the trees for Rumpus.
Oh.
Getting in the way. You can't have trees getting in the way.
The next thing they need to do is get both targets erected at the same time to see if they can get them all in line without being, obscured by trees.
Right. Oh, I see. So he tested the 5 mile thing. He lifted it, hoisted it up, put his auto. But that's basically the test, isn't it? He must.
Oh, you want to?
See, there you go. In Rumpus's testing, he's actually got an auto level there. He's got his 5x3 target, 33 feet up in the air. And he cited it already in his test. That's the stuff that Rumpus is saying that he's already had. He's had it for over a year and a half. He's already done it. Cheeky, isn't he?
You want to have more than just one, though.
Yeah, I know, but he must already know how the test's going to go. If he's put it up and hoisted it all up on that thing and done his 5 mile thing already, I mean, whether he took the pictures or not, he must already know. Because like you said, he can see it. If he can see it over 5 miles at Bedford, then
I don't know,
Not,
but Bev, I don't
not the
know if
test
they
done.
took. I don't know if they had the time or took the time to sight it so that it was lined up with the crosshairs. All they wanted to do is to see if they could see the target. Whether or not they actually went through the operation to get it all lined up, that I don't know.
No, that'd only be showable with Rumpus and his footage that he's already had for over a year and a half, that he's going to be making some videos very soon. So all of that will be seen. And don't forget that this conversation that we had's over a year old. So this, obviously, what he's talking about there, George, is probably about the same sort of time, like he's over the last week. Because there was a time where Rumpus and George used to talk to each other on a daily basis. I think the first thing when George used to get up in the morning, he was have a word with Rumpus. And as he was having his cocoa of a night time, he'd have a brief conversation with Rumpus. It's like a father and son relationship. Quite a long time. George was telling us. They were very close. Well, yeah, but the auto level would have had to have been set up horizontal, right? And he must have been able to see it over the 5 miles. I mean, that's good.
Yes, yeah. I mean, they could see it. They could see it.
Really good.
Yeah, they could see it in the scope of the auto level, but I don't think they had the time by the time they were all set up and stuff to sit and play with it to get the target lined up with the crosshairs of the auto level, so that they could make a drop
target. They got the target up 30 odd feet up in the air, and you could see something in the air.
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
Oh well, I'd like to see that. Some pictures of that. That'd be great. Rumpus will be doing a video soon. Well, I mean, that obviously, if he's got the thing up in the air, tethered down, all the kit must be there, ready. He's ready to go there.
No, the way I understand it is that they have to dismantle the stuff at the end of the day. So he's worried about leaving the stuff up and having people mess with it, or taking it down.
You reckon? Nah, it's not the sort of place around there, is it?
See, that's the difference between him and I. Is I would be in direct communication with the landowners and the canal owner to make sure that to see that I could keep it up, without having someone messing with it.
You wouldn't be able to leave it up. That's for sure.
Yeah.
You'd be struggling for him, letting him know what you're doing, right? That's the danger. Because
it's not. Yeah, it's not like the thing he can go out and check every day. I mean, he lives.
I mean, thinking about it, 30 foot pole with a 5x4, 5x3 sail on the top of it. Unless it's got like a health and safety standards certificate and it's been checked through its, I don't know, whatever building requirements you need for a 30 foot. Is there any sort of certificates or anything that you need to be able to erect anything 5x3 sails 30 foot above the ground, right, on a public footpath? I don't know. Rumpus will know about all of that sort of stuff, though.
It's like 2 hours drive from the place, So there are logistical problems that he has to deal with there, that he has to be concerned about.
There's a lot of problems. Fucking hell, yeah. He's took all of that kit, and there was 5 of them. It'd be like a bus trip.
Yeah.
With all of that kit and everything. I mean, yeah. Well done. I can't wait to see. He said he's putting a video out. There must be loads of footage.
Well, I don't know how much they actually take. I've seen some stuff that he's, shared with me, some files and that I've looked at, and they do some photographing and videoing of some of what they've done, but is a lot of it is just the problems of the logistics of just getting to where they want to be to set the targets up. It isn't so easy, I guess, doing these footpaths or doing the hiking on foot.
Yeah, well, like he said to us this morning, he's only ever been to that middle bridge. So that's hiking all of that gear 5 miles down that canal bank.
Well, I don't know that they have to hike the full 5 miles. I think they can drive to within, a mile and a half or more. Or maybe.
Yeah, but he said this morning he'd only ever been to that Walney Bridge.
Yeah, the 5 mile one was the first time this last weekend. I guess also he has problems dealing with nettles.
Nettles. Yeah, well, it's like even if he goes to the bridge at what's it called? Salter's Load Bank or something like that, he would have a mile to walk.
Yeah.
Even with all of that big kit.
And I guess what is it you guys call nettles? He was fighting those for a while.
Yeah, you keep going on about that. There's a big ridge that he surely would be able to walk on. But like I said, if he wants to do the
I think part of the thing is, again, this is the difference between how I would do it and he does it, is he's not trying to stick out too much when he's there. He doesn't want too many people seeing what they're doing,
But isn't this meant to be a big, massive test?
Well, on the day, possibly, of when he's doing the test, he just doesn't want, in the meantime, attracting too much attention.
He did say to us, though, that he'd let us know so we could go down there and help him with filming. Rumpus doesn't want people to see. When we went there, they were telling us that there were some flat earthers who were doing tests. That might be why he doesn't want anybody to see what he's doing, because he's considered a flat earther.
It doesn't. Well, if that's the case, that would make sense. But it doesn't make sense that he would not want anyone to see.
Oh, no.
I mean, this is monumental.
Yeah.
Yeah,
like when I'm going to do it, when we're going to do the reciprocal auto levels, I'd be proud to tell everybody what we're doing. I don't get what the problem is. Definitely not flat earthers, right? Tell people to, have a look through the camera there. Imagine a rumpus pole separating horizontal and level. It's pretty obvious that the canal drops. It'd have to.
Yeah. But until, he's still in the preparatory phase, proof of principle and all that.
Proof of principle? Yeah, testing. But it sounds like it's going good.
Yeah, I mean, he's getting there. I mean, we've overcome a lot of the problems. He had some trouble with some of the poles and the collars and the guying down and stuff. But
yeah, but if it's gone good and he's done the test and he can see it over the 5 miles, then the 3 mile one, you don't need to worry about that. If he's got the construction,
well, he did the 3 mile one already.
He's had it up and he's tested it and he can see it. I mean,
yeah. Well, he's done the 3 mile one first, so he knows he's got that down.
Yeah, but you said he'd done the 5 mile one as well. I mean,
Yes, but he hasn't done them together. He hasn't put them up at the same time, which he needs to do.
Will it matter? They're both going up at the same time?
Well, it is for the final test. I mean, on the final filming and testing and making measurements, you want them both up at the same time so that you can line them up with the crosshairs.
Oh, both at the same time. See, both. It appears that Rumpus has added some more. We heard 5 thermistor arrays, 1 for each Rumpus pole. So George is thinking there's only 2, when in actual fact, he's made it into 5. Like, no wonder Rumpus is going big, right? It's much better. 5. I mean, just 2 Rumpus poles was pretty impressive, but 5.
Yes.
Right? Whoa, Rumpus can't do that.
Sure he can.
No, he can't.
Why not?
Rumpus can't get 2 things, one at 3 mile and one at 5 mile, both lined up in the crosshairs.
Yeah, he can.
Nah, he can't.
I've done it.
You're not Rumpus.
But I'm saying he's going to have. No, he's not going to do it by him. He's not going to do it by himself at that time. He's going to, hopefully have a lot of helpers.
Right? Yeah. Well, like I say, we'll go up there and record it and do all of the filming for him.
No, he's not planning on doing this himself. I mean, he's trying to get a crew, assembled so that the day of the test, he'll have some, person, a couple people at each of the stations and at the other level at the bridge, and so I think he's probably going to need more people than he thinks. He thinks he can do it with 5 or 6 people. I think what he's trying to do, and given the logistics of it, he should probably have 9 or 10 people, but we'll see.
13 is also, see, it's because he's upped the amount of Rumpus poles. He's gone from 5 or 6 up to 13 now. It's a much bigger operation than initially thought with George. I don't know whether George was right or not. I think Kevin's saying Rumpus should have just done it, get it over and done with. But he's over-engineering it. He's got 5 Rumpus poles, active, radius, detection, thermistor arrays.
Yeah, it's no wonder why he's having trouble. I'm with George, like, right?
He's lost George
get
now.
In, get out. Well, I know, right?
Yeah.
So,
Fancy being left with Farmer's Boy. It's your best man helping. It's a shame. George left us too early. Yeah, he should have a project manager.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think Rumpus could do it. I don't think. But I mean, hey, yeah, it'd be great. I think it will.
Yeah, well, I wish him well. We'll see.
Yeah.
I was hoping.
So, is he going to measure the heights of the that's the bit that I'm more interested in, the technical procedure where the Rumpus can measure the height of how are they getting that height of each of the marks? Because I'm taking that's what it's not good enough just to line the crosshairs up with the thing. You have to get some data out of it, right?
Yeah. Well, you'll do basically what I did. Is all you have to do before you set up the targets is measure the center of the targets on your poles. When you have it assembled before you raise the height up. Excuse me. Is you have marks on your poles. Say you could put every 5 feet if you want, or 10 feet or whatever. to the center of the target, then you don't have to measure then to the center of the target. All you do is measure to one of the marks if you know how far the mark is from the center of the target, right?
Yeah, but you've got to measure how high it is from the water, right? You've got to reference all
That's
of
right.
these
Yes.
marks
Yeah.
and the auto
Right.
level to the
Right.
water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In that case, of course, that's going to take a little more doing because then you have to sight a level line over the water to which you can measure the drop distance to.
Yeah, individually.
Right.
And like I know that like anyone can look through an auto level, right? But actually being able to measure the height of the water and your auto level and the height of the post.
Yeah, that takes a little bit of doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Has he practiced
Yeah, it's
that?
not. It's not going to be a walk. It's not going to be a walk in a park. You know.
Yeah. Has he practiced any of that?
That I don't know. I would hope that he had.
Because that's a bit more technical, the way I see that. So what we're talking about there is Rumpus actually measuring elevations and referencing them to something else. That's Rumpus actually using the auto level for actual elevation measurements relative to the water surface. And that's the bit that, like I say, I don't think Rumpus can do that. I don't think he's got the ability to do it. I don't think he knows, one, how to do a 2-peg test, and 2, how to check an elevation. He's not capable of doing it. Prove me wrong, Rumpus, but he's got a video to do, show us that he's done that anyway. That's for the measuring the height of the Rumpus pole above the water. I don't think Rumpus has ever worked that out yet, but it'll be in his video.
Yeah,
definitely.
But again, you don't have to get it down to millimeter levels or millimeter scales or anything like that.
You can do.
You know?
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking for, say, drop distances on the order of, say, 20 feet or whatever, so what if you're off a few inches,
Well, isn't that the whole thing that you're meant to be measuring?
Yeah, but if you're, say, 20 feet is 240 inches, if you're off by, say, 2 inches out of 240, that's less than a 1% error. That's acceptable.
$20
20 feet is 240 inches. So if you're off by 2 inches, that's less than 1% error.
Yeah. But is that what you're after?
Well, of course, the better the accuracy, so much the better. But I mean, I'd be happy.
Does anyone know what the accuracy would be over 500, over 5 miles with an auto level? Anyone, any ideas? Couple of inches, do you reckon?
You cannot see anything, so.
Yeah. So it doesn't appear that George is actually making any sense, but going to the 2 inches works very well.
Be in a case like this to be within 5%.
Okay, because this is the drop of the water level. Is he doing reciprocal, or is that a bit too much to ask?
How are you going to do reciprocal? You're just looking forward in one direction from one mounting point.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is he doing reciprocal or not? No.
Well, to get that all done in one day would be nearly impossible, Bev, trying to change the auto level and the target positions. I mean, you're talking a 5-mile stretch, and if it's taking better part of a day to just get the one setup done, you don't have a prayer, swapping things.
There you go. You heard it here first. Rumpus. George says near impossible for Rumpus to be able to do that, but we're offering you the chance to be able to come into Discord and watch it for yourself. We can do it. We here on the level can reciprocate auto levels. With your help, you can come and watch us. We might even be able to name the auto levels and stuff like that, like Rumpus did. Laser engraved souvenirs, reciprocal Rumpus poles. We can get some stickers printed. I was there. I reciprocated the Rumpus pole. We can do it all. We can do it all. Well, how are you going to know that the water level isn't just sloping one way? Listen to this. Listen to this. Okay. Put it back again. Check it out.
Swapping things.
Yeah. Well, how are you going to know that the water level isn't just sloping one way?
We can't. Well, it's impossible for an auto level where the compensator is moving freely to have a bias.
Yeah, I'm saying the water's dropping though, right? That's what you're trying to measure.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, so how do you know at the end, or how's Rumpus going to know at the end of the day that the water's not just dropping one way? How do you know that slope?
If it was dropping one way, it would be flowing, would it?
Well, can't fault that, can you? Rumpus is going there to measure the drop of the water level. And it can't just be dropping one way, because that's flowing water. Can't fault that logic. So there's no need to do reciprocal, because it can't be dropping one way, because that's flowing water.
But with hump, it would be flowing in two directions, so still be flowing.
Flowing water, he's right though, isn't he? If there's an elevation change, then that's flowing water. Particularly if it was horizontal. Isn't that right, Blue? You get an auto level, and you're measuring a drop, right?
If water had, well, you're measuring drop from a tangent, not elevation. It's not an elevation.
It's an auto level. Yeah. Tangent. The auto level gives you a horizontal tangent. Who do we hear that from? I think that's Larry Scott. The auto level gives you a horizontal tangent. Because you're measuring a bigger distance from the crosshairs to the land underneath, right? That's what an auto level does.
Well, the auto level is just sighting a horizontal from its mounting position.
Yeah, and then when you see horizontal, tangent, horizontal, auto levels. One thing to remember: you put a measuring stick in it, you measure the distance to the land underneath, and if that distance gets bigger, then the land drops, right?
Yes.
Right, well, that's what your Rumpus is doing, right? He's got a big 30 meters,
that's right,
30-foot stick.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. So how do you not know that the water is just dropping in one direction?
I guess I'm not quite understanding what you're asking here. I mean, if I guess I'm not on the same page here.
Anybody see what George's problem is here? Rumpus is measuring the drop of the water over distance.
Yep.
And I'm asking him, how does he not know it's just an elevation change? George, even. Nobody's ever asked him that. Obviously.
Yeah, he's confused by it.
Yeah.
Really confused by it.
Yet he knows that Rumpus is measuring the drop of the water. He agrees to it. It's proof of the dogmatic globe. I don't know why he can't see it. Perhaps that's what he's thinking. Like, I mean, it's just so obvious. How obvious can it be? Rumpus is using an auto level.
Yeah.
To measure the drop of the water level over distance.
The drop from the water.
A drop from horizontal, from the auto level, right? The tool that's establishing a horizontal. And your Rumpus is going to be measuring the drop of the water level.
Not of the water level.
Over distance.
Horizontal.
Yeah, because you're referencing all of these points to the water, right, in the canal.
The auto level remains fixed in one position.
Yeah.
Okay. You're
on
shooting a
the
horizontal
canal bridge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's on the bridge. You're shooting a horizontal from that bridge.
Yeah.
And now what you want to do is measure the drop from that horizontal line that the auto level is giving you down to the surface of the water, correct?
Yeah. That's what you say Rumpus is doing, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's why he needs a big 30-foot stick.
At 5 miles, yeah. At 5 miles, theoretically, at 5 miles, your drop would be 25, say 200 inches.
And so that's a drop of the water level, right?
Drop from horizontal.
Yeah. Of the water level.
I don't know what you mean by of the water level.
Because it's the canal water that you're measuring the drop from, right?
Sorry.
You're not measuring a drop to the land. You're measuring a drop to the canal, aren't you?
Please. Sorry. I guess I wasn't listening carefully. Are we talking?
Is that his mic or is it me? I don't know. You seem to be cutting in and out, George.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just kind of tired here.
I think he might have been lying down. Did sound like he was lying down, didn't he, with it cutting out and all
that? Now playing this.
Just a minute. But I think I've been hearing two different things. Are we talking auto level or water level?
Right.
Both.
You are at Bedford Canal, right? At the old River Delph.
That's what I'm assuming.
He's on a bridge.
On a canal.
Welney Bridge. Yeah, it's called the canal. Yeah. Okay. So he's on the bridge.
A canal and you've got a bridge over the canal.
Right, yes. And then he's going to measure the height of his auto level from that water in the canal at the point he's at, right? And get us a number.
Correct. Okay, let's call that D0. We've got the drop distance D0 from the center optics of the auto level. Its crosshairs to the surface of the water. We'll call that drop distance D0. Okay.
See, I don't know why he wants to call the drop distance 0. Because it's not 0. It has to have a measurement value for you to put it into your calculations for the Rumpus pole. Surely.
Yeah.
So I don't know why you want to call it 0. That doesn't make sense.
If he was just giving it a name, he just could have called it Fred.
Yeah.
But
Let's say that's
confusing.
about 3 meters or something. If Rumpus would have told him and measured it, then we could use those numbers. But you would be better calling it a drop number rather than 0, because that would sort of signify a no drop. It'd be ridiculous to say that there is a drop of 0, because it could just be a raise of 0 as well. Doesn't make sense. But I guess these are the circles we move in. The auto level is establishing, it's set up, it's been calibrated, and it's a perfect one. We've done our 2-peg test to make sure that it's working, it's all functioning in correct order as it should be. And it is establishing a horizontal and looking out over that canal, or just to the right a bit, right where he's got his post set up.
Yep.
Right. Now, he's looking out with that horizontal, and what you are going to be doing is sighting targets, right? Now, those targets...
You're going to adjust the target height so that the center of the target will line up with the crosshairs of the auto.
Right, and then you're going to measure from that to the surface of the water.
Correct.
Right, so call
that drop distance D1. So we got D0 and we got D1. Now,
going again, George. If you got
can I ask a question
there on your mic or something? Yeah.
I may be very confused now. So I guess maybe I didn't realize the Rumpus pole is set up on the land next to the canal.
Yes.
Do I dare ask the question? How does anyone know whether the distance between the land that the Rumpus pole is sitting on and the distance between where the land is compared to the bridge, is that the same? Does it matter?
That's I was saying it has to be referenced to the water.
That's what I would think, right? I would think you'd want the Rumpus pole in the water, or at least reference to the water, maybe on the other bridge 6 miles away. Why are they going 5? Why not just go to the other bridge?
Yeah, that's why I said, why not go to the sluice gate behind the other bridge? It's already there. But Rumpus wants to do 5 graduated things along there.
Boy, was George ever right that Rumpus is overcomplicating this thing. Holy shit.
Yeah, and like I said, what you have to be able to do is you have to trust Rumpus and his ability to use an auto level, because there's not really many other ways of referencing the height of the pole at some marking point to the reference of the water. But you have to have some way to be able to do that. And quite honestly, I don't think Rumpus has the capability of being able to do that.
Yeah, and just to me, again, maybe I'm picturing it wrong. I mean, I did see you guys at Bedford, so I have an idea of what that canal looks like. I would think if you're off to the side of the actual water, that how are you going to verify the straight drop to the water? To me, you'd have to have some sort of gadget that goes up from the Rumpus pole across to the center of where the canal is, and then plumb bob down or measure down from that to know that because otherwise you're going to go at an angle to the water level, aren't you? From the side of the canal. I mean, how else would you get to the water level from the side of a canal unless you were measuring it diagonally?
Yeah, you'd have to send your farmer's boy in there, wouldn't you, with his waders?
That's what I would think. Yeah, right.
Yeah,
and then somehow correlate.
Yeah.
But then, how do you correlate the, even if you got a height above the actual water surface, then how do you correlate that with where the target is off to the side of the bank of the? Seems awfully strange to me doing it that way.
It's very tricky, isn't it?
It sure is.
That's why I said we've been waiting for the method from Rumpus, because when you look at it and you think about this as an actual test, I mean, I know it's going to be rivaling Wallace. You really need to have it checked out that it's going to stand up to the scrutiny of these high caliber, of the geniuses, the shadow giants. If you're going to make your mark along with the other fellow shadow giants of old, then you'd be better following the scientific method and getting all of this done. We've never even seen Rumpus with an auto level. How do we know he has the ability to be able to measure an elevation and mark transpose it from one place to another?
I don't even know how you do a 2-peg test unless he's done it before. I mean, it can't be that simple to just, hey, any old Joe Schmo off the street can grab an auto level and do a 2-peg test. I know I wouldn't be able to do it or have any confidence that I would do it correctly.
Oh, well, you could.
Seems sus.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, Rumpus will have videos of all of this stuff. I mean, to confirm all of these queries that we have. Rumpus will be able to sort it. He's like George said, he has faith in Rumpus, his ability to be able to do this. It is over-engineered, but that's the way Rumpus is. And yes, Rumpus isn't a practical guy at all. Can you remember the flagpole that he did, like his ship's mast that he said it was in his back garden somewhere? Oh, I don't know whether we can find and pull those pictures out, but that was good. It would have been good to see Rumpus put a ship's mast up as his final Rumpus pole. It sounds fuzzy.
Okay. Well, I can't do anything about it because it's an internal mic on my laptop.
It sounds good like that. He
now,
might be sitting back or something, right? So
yeah.
So let's call that the 5 mile one, right? Now, if one distance that you're measuring is greater than the other, D1 is greater than D0,
then it is not flat.
Right, now, is that a drop of the water level or a rise of the horizontal? Which one of those? Because I think they're the two options, right?
Yeah, okay. We have our two measurements. We have D1 out at 5, and we have D0 at the auto level.
Yeah.
Now, if we subtract D0 from D1,
yeah,
that difference is the drop due to the curvature of the Earth if it exists.
The drop of the water level.
Okay.
Okay. The drop of the water level. Hopefully, that's what we got.
If water level, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's what I was saying. He's only doing it one way. So there's no way of us knowing whether that drop occurs in the other direction or not. It could just be a one-way drop, right? It might rise if you look the other way, right?
Oh, no, it can't.
What do you mean it can't? We don't know, though, because we're not doing the reciprocal, are we? I mean, it might.
I can't see how it possibly could.
How it could possibly rise.
Yeah, because then you would have a slope.
That's genius, isn't it? You can't see how it would possibly rise.
No,
it's ridiculous. Just drop. Only drop is possible. You can't go rise in water.
Well, when you guys get out there with 2 auto levels, one of you is going to see a rise. Gotta be, right?
Yeah. With the hump as well. Let's forget about the hump because that's not a rise. Or is it a rise?
Well, I don't know.
It's a drop. I don't know.
The double drop. We're back to the double drop hump potential.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, the double nutsack.
Mm-hmm.
Are both double dropping. Can't have a rise. You couldn't even think about having a rise.
No way.
and the water would be flowing.
Yeah, that's why you went for the drop, right? We know that. That was cited. It was PNS that said that today. He cited your the drop of the water as one of the best globe proofs that we've got, that you've got. And I'm guessing this drop that Rumpus is going to measure is going to be a good globe proof, right? Drop of the water level sounds like a good one.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Yep. See, a proof of the dogmatic globe. The drop of the water level. Definitely not a rise. Just a drop. If that isn't proof of the dogmatic globe, what is? Rumpus is going to sort it out on video.
Yep,
Well, it's
only
just
a
doing a
drop.
high-tech version of...
Only a drop.
Only a drop.
Only a drop. Because if
Just remember that.
If it was a rise back again, then that'd be flowing water.
Yep.
So with only the drop, it's not.
The Bedford level that was done, in the 1800s?
No, he was at the water level, though, wasn't he? He was 8 inches above. Or was there a different one?
No, I'm talking about the Wallace test where they used flags in a boat. They're basically the same sort of thing, but done on a higher tech level.
See, I'm not too sure whether George has got this right. Wallace didn't have a boat, did he? Wallace just put a pole in the middle. Found out it was higher than the bridge. We've got the memes. FlatEarth.ws has got this one covered in memes. I don't think there was a boat involved in the Wallace.
Higher tech scale.
Higher height, right? Because where was the guy on the...
Yeah, you want to be up as high as you can be to get out of the near zone refraction just above water, which tends to be problematic.
It's problematic.
That's why, I do my tests.
That's when we're going to get Emma in a dinghy into that problematic area with a laser. Getting Emma in a dinghy, waving a laser in the problematic area, just above the water.
Wait a minute. Emma may not be able to defend herself here. Why are we putting Emma in the problematic area?
Because Emma's going to get in a dinghy, do laser waving.
Yeah, I know. George, but I thought more than one was going to be in a dinghy. Why is Emma going in the dangerous area?
At the other end.
Oh, all right.
In the problematic area. It's that bit really close to the water. That's problematic for some reason. I don't see why you can't wave lasers in the problematic area. Sounds like it's made for it for me.
My auto-level and theodolites are always mounted at the observation point about 12, 13 feet above the surface of the water or ice, is to get out of that refractive zone.
Right, well, what do you reckon about the original Rowbotham one then?
Well, they were using boats and stuff, so they were close to the water.
Yeah, he was in the water, wasn't he? What do you reckon? Yeah. Do you reckon he could have done that?
So they would have been subjected to a lot of refraction under those conditions.
Yeah, do you think he could have done it?
Not easily.
6 miles at 8 inches above the water.
No, you'd never see the flags over at 6 miles.
Yeah, I say that. Like, he'd never do it. It was a load of bullshit, right? It never actually happened.
I don't know. I haven't really studied that test. All I know is...
So, there's me, over a year ago, saying that the Rowbotham test is a load of bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. George is defending it, saying he's never looked into it. Yeah, I'll say it again. The Rowbotham test, 8 inches above the water, was a load of bullshit. But he didn't ever have lasers, or dinghies, or Emma. We have.
was a little bit
Yeah, all
about what
three
people
potentially.
mentioned.
Yeah.
Yeah, all three of those things.
Emma in a dinghy with a laser, armed with a laser.
Holy.
I'm ready to wave it. We've got to make it happen. Come on.
About it. I haven't really studied that Robotham-Wallace test, or not Robotham, but Wallace, and who was the other guy? Was it Robotham?
I don't know. Robotham was the one that did the 8 inches above the water.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I think those tests were probably problematic and, really couldn't be trusted necessarily.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think that's possible. Have you ever seen?
Worry about that.
Have you ever seen any shots over that sort of a distance of water from like 8 inches above the?
I've tried, but you just don't see much.
Yeah, how far do you reckon? How far? What's your best distance?
I can't really say. I haven't really tried to do it rigorously. All I did was, just some quick observations to see what I would get, and I just found that there was just too much blurry haze and stuff due to the immediate moisture just directly above humidity and moisture just directly above the water.
Yeah. Do you reckon how many studies do you reckon that have been done?
I don't know. I mean, nobody in his right mind would be trying to do these sorts of tests only 8 inches above the water.
But nobody in their right mind, says George. Let's get Emma in the dinghy. Let's do it. That's the historic one, right?
Yeah. I said nobody in his right mind would be trying to do it that way. I mean, we know a lot more about the characteristics of the optical zone directly above water than they did 100 years ago.
I know. Like, imagine the optics that you had back then as well. Like, do you reckon those optics have got better?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, the glass that we have now is much clearer and purer than what they had back then. I mean, we can really make superb optics these days.
What do you reckon his zoom he had in his telescope, or, well, magnification? Wouldn't have had zoom, would he?
I don't know what they used then. I mean, they did have telescopes back then, spotting scopes and stuff, but of course they're not near the quality and grade that we have these days.
I know. 8 inches above the water as well. Looking. I'm not too sure.
Well, I mean, that's an ancient test. I mean, I don't know why people keep quoting that test or that. I mean, it's so crude compared to what we can do today.
Crude. Yeah. Well, I mean, it seems like he did it, though, right? That was the one that was supposedly successful, right? It was the second one that they got to court and do all of that bullshit, right?
Yeah. Again, a lot of these sorts of things, when they were first done, I tend to kind of dismiss them. I don't put a lot of weight on early tests that were done, 100, 200 years ago or so. Some of these guys were very clever. Some of these experimentalists like Faraday and Coulomb and others, when making...
See the way he said that then? Like, he doesn't put a lot of weight into those tests that were done in the old days. Yet, nobody can ever cite the reciprocal auto level shots. It doesn't seem to have been done modern day either. These things. I don't know why. Seems like it's just right there for the grasping, right? Whoever wants to take the globe proof for the reciprocal auto levels can make a name. They can put themselves right at the side of this thing. And I thought Rumpus was going to do it, but I think it should be on the level. We should have get an entire Discord server in on it. That's what we're going to be doing.
measurements on electric charge and stuff. They had some pretty sophisticated apparatus, and even Cavendish with his gravity stuff. He had a lot of money he could throw at it, and they made some pretty sophisticated apparatus. But not everybody had that luxury. And this Robotham or Wallace test on the canals. I mean, that was pretty crude compared to.
Pretty crude compared to some sophisticated apparatus. You want to be able to measure earthquakes with it, really. Like always have a side task. Sophisticatedly, right? Of course. Cavendish, seismometer, modern day. So if you can always do better. Don't trust the guys that did it hundreds or so years ago. You want to go modern. That's why it's about time. It's 2023. It's about time this was done for the first time.
Seems like George is trying to convince audience that the more sophisticated experiment, the better. But in fact, it is not the better, because in experiment you have one hypothesis and you have to reduce everything to dichotomy, to yes or no question. So it rather should be very simple. So experiment has to be very simple to remove other variables from experiment, other factors. So it shouldn't be sophisticated, because too many factors you have to consider. So I disagree with George.
But you're thinking proper proof. We're talking about sophisticated dogmatic globe proofs here, right?
Yes, that would be for the model. Yes.
Yeah.
Dogmatic model, that would be the better.
The more sophisticated, the better.
Yes, more sophisticated story, complicated. So yes, this is great story for science fiction, but also for dogmatic model. Yes.
Yeah. Exactly.
What
I
we're
thought
looking
you
at
were the
doing these
refraction
days.
guy, George. I thought you'd be the guy on this. Or is
What
there,
are
is
you
there
asking?
somebody else that does the refraction? I'm just wondering, the original study for the 8 inches above the water, how much has anybody ever studied that particular thing for Bedford to try and recreate that historic?
Well, why would you want to try to recreate it with the same problems that they had? I'd say you
I
want
don't
to
know,
be.
what problems did they have? I mean, who studied it to find out?
I mean, it's very well known. The refractive characteristics of air just above water are very well known these days. It's been studied.
Yeah.
And not only is it refraction that's a problem, it's just that your viewing is limited because of the haziness that you pick up with all the moisture in the air.
Oh yeah. I mean, we have done studies on that sort of stuff, particularly with the auto level. We've not really done it over water, because who do that shit over water, right? But we have checked the optics of the auto level and see what happens over distance, and how accurate it can be over the certain distances.
Yeah, not only
We've never done anything as ridiculous as 3 and 5 miles just yet. I mean, that's proper out of the working range of an auto level, right?
No, it isn't.
Of course it is. See again. Me telling George that 3 and 5 miles is out of the range of an auto level. Not putting a camera on it, just out of the range. Not able to be used. But George's dogmatic globe surveying. Now, George isn't around anymore, God rest his soul. Who's going to take it up? Who's going to be the new one to put the new study together for these tools? I mean, do they trust George? Are they going to leave George handing out paralogisms? Or do they have a better, more sophisticated dogmatic globe surveyor like Larry Scott still around? I mean, who is the person? And I'm not saying that because random people will say, oh, I know, I've watched the video on YouTube or something. I heard a guy talk about an auto level in a Discord server. I know all about it. Actually, who are the people that actually know anything about globe surveying? I'm not so sure there is anyone working range. Really not.
Huh? Well, hang on a second. That is, not only do you have a problem immediately with the water with the humidity and refraction, there's the issue of visibility. You know, it's and temperature differences. You have dramatic temperature changes from the surface of the water into the air just directly above the water, you know. So you can pick up tremendous amounts of refraction in that.
You notice anything missing from this list that George is compiling? Problems of being 8 inches above the water, viewing things. Anything missing? Let's see.
That zone of a couple feet between the surface of the water, above the surface of the water in the air because of the dramatic temperature changes. Temperature differentials are the primary driver of refraction. Humidity.
So some of the stuff that Rumpus is going to see might not actually be the drop of the water. Is that what you're saying?
No, we're getting into something else. What I'm saying is directly above the water, why you want to be at significant distance above the water. Significance to me is, a couple meters or more, 2-3 meters above the surface of the water. So you're out of that temperature differential zone above the water that can cause, a lot of refraction.
Is that why Rumpus is just using the canal as a benchmark for his measurements, right? Because he's not actually doing the test over the water. He's just using the water as a benchmark.
I guess you could say that. Yeah, I mean, his actual targets are not directly side bank, and then he'll measure over to the surface of the water by, sighting a level line from the target, so to speak, over to the water and then measure drop down.
Right, so the water is going to be the standard that we're using.
Exactly. The water establishes a reference.
Okay, so what does the auto level do then?
Well, I guess you could say you have two references, two stable references that one is going to be the surface of the water, and then the other is going to be the horizontal established by the auto level.
But the crosshairs for the auto level are within the auto level, right? They're not 5 miles away.
No, they're in the optics. Yeah, they're etched into the lenses of the auto level.
I don't think that's a horizontal over that entire distance, though, that the auto level can see.
It is. It's just optics. It's just optics. It doesn't. There's no limit as long as you can see in the distance. There's no limit. I mean, the horizontal doesn't deviate.
But because it's in the cross. It's literally inches away from your eye. I mean, how is it going to deviate?
It's
yeah,
very
it's right in
precise.
front of your eye. It's just a little mark on a little plastic bit that they drop into the level.
It's actually more than that. Is the auto level, the optics of the auto level float once the compensator is released. It has an internal compensator that essentially, in principle, has a plumb attached to it, and it floats it so that you can move the base around a little bit, and it won't affect the horizontal sighted by the auto level.
Stabilizers and all of that. We've got all of that. In fact, I'll put a thing up.
Yeah, because once you hear the compensator release, you could pick up the auto level base, say a fraction of an inch, and drop it, and you'll see that the crosshairs move up and down. They'll bounce around, they'll oscillate, and then they'll settle down to the same spot where as you had before.
Yeah, there's an auto level with all of the stuff in it.
Yeah, that's why they call it an auto level. It's independent of operator setup. Is once you get the bullseye level on the base, the bullseye bubble centered, and the compensator releases, then it operates independent of anything that you do as an operator.
Well, that reticule, it's just a sheet, isn't it? That is within the auto level.
Well, it's etched into some glass that's between the lenses in the auto.
Yeah, it's there in the drawing, right? That's where it is.
Yeah, it's in the optics of the auto.
Okay, now, like way off in the distance, like you said, the image of the thing that you see is affected by temperature and all sorts of refraction and stuff. So the little reticule, yeah. So that actual reticule that's inches away from your eyes, isn't necessarily a horizontal that goes through all of everything that you see with affected by the temperature and all of that sort of stuff as well. I mean, it will still be horizontal because it's in the auto level. But do you relate that to something that's 5 miles away?
You kind of got it backwards here, Ben. The horizontal is there because of the auto level. What changes is the image in the distance due to possible refraction. That can move up or down. But the image can move with respect to the horizontal. The horizontal is fixed. Your optics of the auto level fixes your horizontal. Now, the image in the distance, because of air refraction, can move relative.
Oh, you're going again, George. It sounds like you're underwater. Your connection's going pretty bad.
I don't know. I can't. Hold on a second. I'll be back in about a minute.
Okay. Okay, so you can see that he's got the auto level. And like I'm trying to point out here, this is the reticule and this is where your eye is. The reticule and your eye are like as close as you can get, really. The image comes from right over the other side. It comes through the front lens glass piece, through more focusing lenses. It hits a prism, bounces through a pendulum prism, then comes back on the other fixed prism to write it again, and then goes through the reticule to your eye. So this reticule doesn't really have anything to do with the images that come from wherever. I don't know what it depends whatever's in your background. That all just comes through the image together, and you want to relate it to the crosshair. That's the whole point of what you're doing. But the crosshair's like really close to your eye. That doesn't go out 6 miles. What happens is the image comes through this to your eye, not the other way around. That's why this has an optical range, because the light that comes in from close areas is obviously the light that you want. You don't want light from miles away. Who knows what's happened to it? It's not accurate. You can't measure anything. This is what I don't particularly like, is the way that people decide to take this on as though they are actually professionals, that they know what they're talking about. George doesn't. He's not a surveyor. Doesn't know what he's talking about. And since there are no surveyors in this arena, I feel it's wrong for people to misrepresent people, professionals. Defending the surveyors. Thank you. Sounds bad. It sounded like he was going underwater. Was that for everyone? It wasn't just for me, was it?
Yeah, he was kind of going bad.
Like the optics are within the lens or within the auto level. It's like literally. Let's see, they've got the eyepiece, and then the reticule is like literally the next bit. And then you've got to look through the light, right? So all of the lens goes through the prisms and the focusing. And it's got the horizontal light ray entering the lens. And then just going through the reticule right at your eye.
Are you still there?
Yeah, still here.
Okay. We'll see if this works any better. My throat's real dry. I'm going to get a drink here.
It does sound much better, that, George. Is that a different mic or something? It does sound much better.
Oh, is this any better?
Yeah.
Yeah, my throat was getting real dry. Okay, what I was saying was that the horizontal established by the auto remains fixed. That doesn't change. What can change, is the image that you see in the scope in the distance, because that image can move up or down due to refraction. And depending upon how much refraction you have will determine, how much the image changes. And what I found in my measurements, I've been monitoring my targets.
Oh, you're going again, George. I don't know what happened then. Did you kick something?
Nope, haven't changed anything.
I could hear half of what you're saying, and then it just went the second half.
Discord has always been a problem. We probably get on Skype and it might be better. I've never had Skype.
No, we don't do Skype. Sounds like your mic or something, to be honest with you.
Oh, it could be. Like I say, is I'm just using this laptop that I recovered out of the fire. It's not 100%. All my computers, except for this one laptop, got all burnt up to a crisp. I wonder here. Let me see. Just check my Discord settings on voice and video.
Oh, well, how much does he factor in for the attenuation of the light?
Attenuation of the light shouldn't have anything to do with it, just on your ability to see things.
In the distance?
Yeah.
No linear attenuation? vertical.
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
A rumpus, you're not in the mechanical help you've been giving him. You didn't give him any help for any of that sort of stuff.
I don't see where that is an issue. I mean, all you want to do is make sure you're on a nice lit day, you know, with maybe sun out, not heavy overcast, so that you can see things as long as the lighting's good.
Are you not allowing for any of the temperature or anything from the water?
There's allowances for temperature, whereas there's a temperature array I've helped him with, thermistor array, where we'll be measuring temperature along the optical corridor.
Nice. There you go. The thermistor arrays that George helped Rumpus with. That's the first mention. George's thermistor arrays. He's been helping Rumpus. So much George should be getting so much credit for this, Rumpus. I don't know whether that's why he's a bit ashamed he doesn't want to do it. Because it's not really Rumpus's, it's really George. It's just Rumpus is just replicating what George does, what George told him to do. He must be lost. And no factoring in for anything. It's all going to be the drop of the water level.
Yeah, and then you go back. And then you determine how much refraction there was to see if there's any corrections that need to be done.
What you do post corrections for refraction.
Well, you can't do it on site. I mean, you have to take what the air gives you.
Okay.
I thought there was like an attenuation you had to account for, because that light's passing through a medium, so you have to account for the.
Not the attenuation. All the attenuation does is affect the brightness of targets in the distance. It doesn't affect their position.
Oh, I just would assume you'd have to account for it. Yeah.
What do you have to account for? I mean, if you can see the target, you're done.
You don't need to account for the horizontal attenuation, though, do you? Just the vertical.
What do you mean by vertical and horizontal attenuation?
The vertical and horizontal.
No,
You don't have any.
I think you're using the word correctly. Attenuation just means how much does the light lose its intensity as it comes to you from the target.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be passing through a medium and losing the attenuation.
If you can see the target, it doesn't matter.
What happens if you don't
see the target, then?
You guys are talking at the same time.
What happens if you don't see the target or you see too much of the target? Would you factor any in then?
If you don't see the target, you can't do the measurement.
Could you not just say it's refraction and the vertical attenuation?
Attenuation
allow the light to get there.
Attenuation and refraction are two different things. They're not linked. They're not coupled at all.
They're nothing. They're not even related to each other.
No. Attenuation has to do with the brightness with which you see something.
Not the position of something.
I don't think your concept or you're using attenuation. I'm not sure what you mean by when you're.
Are you sure it's not you?
I know it's not me. Attenuation has to do with the intensity in which you see something, brightness.
I thought they accounted for like light passing through a medium. There'd be an attenuation, either vertical or linear.
That's not what attenuation is.
Yeah, I've seen things where they measure light attenuation through a medium.
Attenuation has to do with how much an object or how much light is absorbed by the medium, which results in the brightness in which you see something. For example,
Yeah.
you got
So
over just
distance.
listen to me. Just listen.
Wow, George.
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. Wow.
My bad.
Oh, that was Buster.
Say you have a target in the distance. You have a nice,
like
clear,
5 miles
sunny.
Away.
Jesus. Yes, in the distance, 5 miles. You have a nice, clear, sunny day.
Yep.
You can see you have a white target. You have the sunlight showing on that target. It's going to stand out. A nice, bright, sunny day. Now, let's take a cloudy day. It's not going to be so distinctive. Let's say you have now a little bit of haze or fog. No, it's going to be very, very dim. That's what attenuation is. Attenuation is in the foggy, hazy day, you have a lot of attenuation of the light. That is, the light intensity is dissipated. It is
by
reduced.
The clouds. By the clouds in the sky, stopping the light from getting through.
Yeah. And so you don't have as much light shining on the target, so it is being attenuated.
But yeah,
now,
I think Buster was talking about the attenuated light from the moisture content.
Yes, I was just getting to
in
that.
The air, not the attenuation from the clouds up in the sky.
Will you fucking listen? I was just getting to that. That's what I was talking about.
Vertical.
Oh, Jesus.
Vertical attenuation, not the...
Can't I speak? Can't I speak?
Of course you can. We were just trying to get some clarity, though, George. All right.
If you're in a medium in which there is a lot of attenuation, for example, a hazy, foggy day, the light is going to be absorbed by that moisture, by that. So that is what we say the light is being attenuated. It's being reduced by the fog because the fog is absorbing the light. That's what is meant by attenuation.
Its mic's terrible, isn't it? Really bad. But listening to George, light attenuation. Anybody ever heard that before?
I didn't.
No.
Still, I am not sure what it,
in my
what
shop
it
right
means.
now. I got no lights in my shop. I'm working in the dark.
Oh. Power cut, or have you been short circuiting?
The light switch broke. No, the light switch broke or something. My boss said. I have like trouble lights and stuff, but still, it's dark in here. Even though it's sunny outside, I got the sun shining in. It helps. But yeah, I'm working in the dark. I know all about light attenuation.
See, you've heard about it.
Now, when you say vertical and horizontal attenuation, I have no idea what you're talking about.
You don't know what vertical and horizontal are, George? Well, I can tell you. A vertical is like a plumb bob, and that goes up and down, and horizontal is like the side to side on a plane. George.
But wouldn't you
I'm
have
surprised you didn't know that.
If you were horizontal, Jesus, fucking
George, your mic's going.
Stop this nonsense. Of course I know.
Your mic's terrible, George. You can't hear what you're saying.
All right, I'll see you. I'm out of here.
Well, sorry. Are you going, George? Your mic sounds terrible. Sorry about that. Sounded like you might have been shouting in the background there, but I couldn't tell. It was about the time that you said you didn't understand what vertical and horizontal are.
I did not say that. I said I don't know what you mean by vertical and horizontal attenuation. Of course I know.
I didn't hear the attenuation bit at the end of it. George, your mic's terrible.
Okay. Well, there's no point continuing then if I can't communicate.
Well, yeah, if you don't know what vertical and horizontal are,
Jesus,
we're
Bev,
not
I
going to be
said
able
I
to
know.
communicate that. It sounds like you lost a lot with your house,
Bev, quit
George.
trying to insult me.
What? Sorry?
I said, stop trying to insult me. Of course I know what vertical and horizontal are.
Well, I was just wondering because if it's over like a 5 mile distance, it seems like the linear attenuation over that distance would be a factor.
It's not going to change the position of objects in the distance. All it's going to do is make them lighter or darker.
Yeah, Buster, it's not going to make the water drop in the distance, is it?
It's not going to affect the drop distances. It's not going to affect the position of the objects or the image. The image isn't going to be distorted. All it's going to do is
it's not going to make the
change
water drop.
brightness.
Yeah, it's not going to affect the water. We're talking about the vertical. The image.
Okay, if the image shifts in the vertical, that has nothing to do with attenuation. That's due to refraction.
Okay. And how much refraction? Oh, you do that post?
Well, it depends on the day, what the temperature gradients are.
I think it depends what's needed afterwards. If you do it post, then you can always just factor in whatever's needed, come up with the correct answer as predicted. Because you already know what you want to be predicting. So I think you can use all of these things to achieve your final goals. It's set up perfectly.
That's why you have a thermistor array to measure the temperature so that you can assess the degree of refraction.
And how many of those stations do you have along the way? See, because George was saying that he did it at a post, but Rumpus said he was going to do it live. He was going to have a live running calculations from his thermistor arrays and the adjusted vertical heights of all of these things to have a running visual representation of the differing radius during the day. Different conditions of radiuses.
I think if I remember right, Rumpus was going to make several temperature arrays so that there's at least one at each post and then maybe some spots in between.
Oh, yeah, here's one. We today. You know, when you're looking, you're setting your auto level up and the horizontal that you the crosshairs, they're just at the auto level, right? That horizontal is just at the auto level, like where that. Yeah, I don't know. Where do you say the horizontal? Is it at the reticule, or is it sort of the horizontal at the pendulum? Where would you have the horizontal within the?
It's all set up so that the horizontal crosshair establishes your horizontal.
Yeah, but that doesn't go all the way for 5 miles, that horizontal.
Yeah, it does. Sure it does.
No.
Yes, it does.
Well, all the way, 5 miles horizontal.
Go 100 miles, 10,000 miles. As long as you can see in the distance, that's the horizontal.
Whoa. So is he on our side now?
Well, yeah, I don't know. It's hard to tell. What do you mean our side? I think that Rumpus said
is he on the level?
Horizontal at a point. That's why I was asking the question, right? Because you have the crosshairs that are obviously within the auto level, but recently they've been saying that the horizontal is at a point only. Point. So I was asking him whereabouts that point was, and he ended up saying, well, listen again. How big's the horizontal
establishes your horizontal.
George? Yeah, but that doesn't go all the way for 5 miles, that horizontal,
Yeah, it does. Sure it does.
No.
Yes, it does.
Well, all the way, 5 miles horizontal.
Go 100 miles, 10,000 miles. As long as you can see in the distance, that's the horizontal.
Are you sure?
Yes, positive.
How big it would be your biggest horizontal plane that you could make?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Like
how big?
It's the auto level. As I understand it, establishes a horizontal plane of reference because you can spin it round, can't you?
Yeah, 360 degrees. You can make the whole plane if you want.
And that would be an entirely horizontal plane.
Correct.
Right now, if you set up that horizontal plane, would all the perpendiculars to that horizontal plane be vertical?
Yes.
All of them?
Yes.
As in Euclidean. I'm so good to hear somebody like says that. So when we have all perpendiculars to a plane will be parallel. That you good with that, right?
Yes.
Right, okay. And if it's a horizontal plane, then all of those perpendiculars will be vertical?
To that plane, yes.
Yeah. Good.
But not necessarily to the Earth.
Just to the plane?
Just to the plane.
Yeah, that's the Euclidean principles that we work with. That's good. It's good to hear somebody like that, George. You've definitely showed that you've got a bit of experience with these tools. Should hear what some of the people have been saying recently.
Basically, when you spin your auto level around, you're sighting through the scope where you're looking at the horizontal crosshair. As you spin it around, it would be just like if you took yourself a sheet of plywood, a big sheet of plywood, cut a hole in the middle and stuck your head in there so your eye level was at the surface of the plywood and you looked around, established.
See, this is George's idea. Now, take this on, right? This is George and how to imagine a plane. Okay? Go back and listen to this, because this is also a test. I think Rumpus should do this test. Any globe guys, I think.
Plywood, cut a hole in the middle and stuck your head in there so your eye level was at the surface of the plywood and you looked around. Establishes your horizontal plane.
Okay, so here we go. Anybody know what like an 8x4 sheet of plywood is? Familiar with that? Obviously, you'd have to make it like inch plywood.
Yep.
In order, because it doesn't bend. You don't want it bending.
Mm-hmm.
Got a hole in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
Pop your head in.
Yep.
Put your eye level. That plane established. Put a couple of auto levels on it. Make sure the bubbles, spirit levels, you could do even spirit levels. Make sure the bubbles are in the correct position. You're walking around with an 8-foot 8x4 sheet of plywood with your horizontal plane in tow. See whether we can build right. It. And that horizontal plane will be parallel to the horizon, like everywhere you looked with it. If you did that, if you were to walk around with a plywood sheet,
I guess you could say
your head
that.
sticking through it.
Yeah, I guess you could say, yeah, that would.
Yeah, you with us? This is one of the dogmatic globe proofs.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Walking around with an 8x4 plywood sheet. We could do this if Rumpus ever turns up. We could show this to the film crew, couldn't we?
Absolutely. Head poking through at eye level.
Yeah. Get like a cushion. You can make a like a strap-on system.
You could totally do that.
Establish your horizon, in a sense, except for the dealing with
horizon training, and you could constantly walk around everywhere with that.
A different story.
Oh, your mic's gone again, George. You're not even lighting up green.
I still think if you factored in the linear attenuation, it would give you another factor to tell you how much moisture is in the air. Just my opinion.
Hello?
Hello? I just heard you there.
Let me see here. Hang on, Bev. Let me see if I can tweak this thing again. Which sensitivity?
Get to do. I like the idea with the plywood nose band. I don't know what you call it. You can fit it like a pair of glasses just on the edge of your nose, and you could walk around with your plywood sheet.
Last part, are you hearing me now?
Oh, was that you, George?
This is me. Are you hearing me or no?
That's good now. There, yeah. Whatever you do, don't move.
I'm trying not to. Okay. So far, so good. Something you said that you against. Now, you've got your head in this hole in the plywood, and you've got your eye level at the surface of the plywood. That establishes your horizontal plane. Now,
providing it's horizontal, right? Providing you level it up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, if you move around and you walk,
you've gone again.
Changes. That plane, say you move. Okay, you start at point A, and you level your plane where you're looking around on the sheet of plywood. Okay, at position A. Now you move a mile away to position B. You do the same thing.
Yeah.
This is where you're going to have a problem. Is that plane, position B, is not going to be parallel to position A.
What I was saying is, could you not walk from A to B, keeping the horizontal in your eye line with your nose plywood sheet there? Would it not be all the way along, parallel to the plane of the horizon all the way?
You could, but
it would hurt your nose. George, I'm not laughing, but you can imagine walking a mile with an 8x4 plywood sheet at eye level, constantly being parallel to the plane of the horizon, obviously, and parallel to all of the horizontals, right? It would be a constant horizontal plane as you're walking all the way round. That's good. A sombrero plywood, right? You could have it like a low-rimmed sombrero, rather than having it on your nose like a pair of glasses. You could actually have it as a big sombrero and use the top as the horizon. It'd be a bit, yeah, it'd work. All viable. I think we get it fitted with a bit more kit.
Yeah, you'd have to have like a shoulder harness or something to keep it off. I mean, you were rightfully bringing up some points, engineering points there. You don't want it resting on the bridge of your nose trying to hold up a piece of plywood. That's
Can you imagine walking a mile with your 8x4 plywood sheet?
I can't imagine walking 10 feet with it. Especially if it's thick enough plywood where it's not going to bend. I mean, has anybody ever lifted an 8x4 sheet of plywood and held it horizontally?
In order to imagine a horizon.
No,
Or a
no,
horizontal
just
plane.
done it. No, just done it. Just done it.
Yeah.
Maybe to put it up on a ceiling or something. Those things bend, even if they're half-inch plywood. It's gonna bend.
You would have to, you'd have to put some bracing reinforcement struts in it somewhere.
Definitely. I mean, kudos for George for thinking about these. It's thinking outside the box. I mean,
yeah, Spot On says
George
18 mil or 12 mil.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, George was talented. At the same time, he could say Rumpus is over engineering this shit, and then on the fly come up with this. And he said he was tired. I mean,
I know
his mind was sharp, man.
That wasn't me either. I didn't come up with this idea.
No, that was George's idea.
Yeah, completely.
Hell yeah.
Drilling holes in the 8x4 plywood sheet. Putting it eye line. Genius. Never seen anybody do it yet.
Okay.
Maybe can't really hear what you're saying, George. Your mic's bad. Keep an eye on it. You can see that your green thing you're going.
I don't. I'm sitting in a chair with my hand holding my head in the same position. There's nothing more I can do.
Right. Well, it does
I'm
keep.
Sorry, my computer sucks. Okay, I get that. I went through a fight. Actually melted down. So
I really like talking to George, but I mean, definitely gets a bit hard, doesn't it?
I don't have an external mic anymore. So.
It's just such a shame. I can't really hear what you're saying, George, but I do like the horizontals being parallel to the plane of the horizon. I like
no, I did not say
That's
that.
very good.
No.
Yeah, you did. You said the horizontal plane that you put on your eyes is parallel to the plane of the horizon. Always.
As long as you stay in the same position. But
when you can walk around with it.
I was trying to explain that. You told me my mic was bad, so I couldn't finish.
I can't hear what you're saying, George.
Okay.
Are you saying it's not parallel to the plane of the horizon wherever you are?
Not in that sense.
Well, you can walk around with it all the time, and wherever you look at the horizon.
Yes, ma'am. To explain.
Sounds like you're trying to interrupt me, George, but I can't hear what you're saying. It's pretty bad. See, I'm even giving him the benefit of the doubt of his interruptions, even though I can't hear what he's trying to do when he's interrupting. We give George every chance. I mean, I don't know how many of these recordings anybody else has of George. I don't know where else George did his recordings. Don't know. Maybe this may be one of the only surviving recordings of George left on the internet. And he never got a video from McToon and all of that. Big Blue. They didn't help him out. I miss George, really. God rest his soul. No.
Give me 5 minutes. I'm going to shut this computer down.
Okay. Reset his PC. Do you like that? I think there's a new way of doing that. That's quite a good explanation he's give us there with the horizontal nose board, plywood sheet, 8x4. Put a hole in the middle of it. I suppose you'd have to get some braces or whatever, shoulder pads. It'd like sit on your shoulders heavy, wouldn't it?
There you go.
Yeah, see.
Yeah, shoulder pads. Yep.
Always practical.
Make it
Always
organic
thinking
through
it.
doors.
Yep.
But I suppose you could teach people about the horizon being horizontal, especially if you were to put like a level on it, on each corner. Right on it.
No,
Put a
actually,
level on
that
it. I mean,
never
you'd only need
that
to,
never
wouldn't you?
occurred to me back then when we were listening to this.
Yeah.
But this is I don't know if they do this in the UK or other places, but here in the States, at least for a while, right? When you'd want to teach teenagers about teenage girls specifically, let's make that clear, about what it's like to be pregnant, they would have these like pregnant suits, and it'd have the belly, and it would be weigh about as much as a baby, and that kind of stuff. And
Yeah.
teenagers would, right? They'd wear this thing, and then a baby would be born, and they'd have to take care of it for a certain amount of time. They'd have these little dolls and stuff like that. I don't know if they do that anymore. Really, they probably don't. But I think that's almost like what you could do here. Like you could teach people this is what it's like to understand the horizontalness of the plane of the horizon. You
Yeah.
put this
If
you
you
get this
could get
shoulder pad thing with the plywood, and your head poking through it, and you're only ever looking at the surface level of the plywood. And you walk around, you say, now your job is to walk around for a week like that.
Yeah, like you could have it with the technology that you have today. You could have it like adjusting to horizontal constantly, couldn't you? You could have it
Absolutely.
like, a full suit fitted with your 8x4 sheet. And the 8x4 sheet is always kept horizontal, no matter what you do. Walking up hills, down hills, up the stairs, having your dinner.
Keeping its rigidity, and it's almost like a
Keeping it, yeah.
gyroscoping. This is fantastic. See,
Yeah.
no, I think you're right. No one's trying to even discuss realizing these ideas that George had.
Yeah, with whether you could possibly ever keep an 8x4 sheet constantly horizontal, no matter what you were doing, constantly for a day, like walking round, up and downstairs, up hills,
Absolutely.
down hills, whether it's possible to be able to keep that sheet horizontal.
They're not entertaining these thought experiments over at Blues, I can tell you right now.
Nope. So what you could do is like we were saying, from A to B, you could go from A to B with a constant parallel to the plane of the horizon, horizontal, all the way from A to B.
What if you had plumb bobs hanging from it?
Oh, I'm pretty sure you've heard this before, have you? I think I suggest that.
Do you?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I do. Four corner plumb bobs with a level on each corner as well.
See, I don't remember that, but maybe my subconscious is remembering it because I know I was there for part of this discussion.
Yeah, you got to have the plumb bobs in, corner plumb bobs.
Yeah, okay.
Here we go.
Well, you could for sure get sponsorships, and they could put their logo on it. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm. Like police cars in America, get the number. Get some braces. You could get get somebody to help you with the braces. You get a level, like a DeWalt 4 level, and then a side level, a port. Is that port to the side?
Left is port.
Yeah, that's what get a level on that and a level on the other one. You'd have to keep it level, adjust your levels, and then look at the horizon. Slide it round 90 degrees, check your levels, look at the horizon. Check it out. I like it. In fact, you could put a static booth up, right, with your 8x4 sheet, level it all up, and ask people if they want to put their head through your hole.
Oh, the good old glory hole.
The new kind of glory hole. That was good, Buster.
Experience a horizontal horizon. Just put your head through the hole. Level. Just poke your eyes out there. Look, check that out. Parallel with the plane of the horizon. Could call it a horizontal attenuation checker.
Yes, I like it.
Have a scale. Brightness scale.
Or a
Got
template.
triggered. You got triggered over the attenuation. I didn't mean to get him upset.
But he must be thinking about the other attenuation.
I know. Wrong attenuation.
Semantics, but...
We definitely need a linear attenuation because, I mean, 5 miles of attenuation, I mean, that's got to account for something.
Yeah. Yeah, if it's there at all, then it would definitely be linear.
I mean, you got to factor in the shit. I forgot it now. What was it? Shit. Forgot the other term. Oh well, I'll think of it in a minute. Extinction coefficient.
That's it. The extinction coefficient of the linear attenuation. Yeah. That might. Can you remember what happened to that? I mean, nobody ever mentions it anymore, do they? The extinction coefficient of linear attenuation. So fucking 2021. Be the bit that we missed out earlier. George might be thinking of the other attenuation for that reason.
Maybe. I mean, it's easy to get confused. I mean, there's a lot of things to factor in.
Is that crickets?
Yeah, my bad.
They're bloody loud, them buggers.
Yeah, they're getting louder the later it gets.
I was out doing the gardening the other day. Same thing. They're out in the UK, little tiny ones. It's good to hear though. Getting late.
They're not. Yeah. He was enlightening with the test. That was pretty good.
Yeah. Knows more about it than Rumpus. He might just be a better speaker. It might be Rumpus gets shy or whatever talking about his test.
Definitely knew more than the guys today.
Yeah, it might be Rumpus might just get nervous when he, talking about his test. I could probably put these two the other way round, right? Put this one first, and then we could lead up and go da, 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 and now Rumpus explains his test. I'll do it that way, or I should do it the other way round.
Yeah, you could do a Rumpus v. George test explanation.
Yeah.
Hello. Is my audio coming through okay?
That sounds a bit better, but I don't like saying that, Judge, because normally when I say that, it goes really bad again straight away. But
I don't know. It could have been that the computer just needs to reboot. I don't know. We'll try it.
It does sound a little bit better.
I was hoping I could use my Iderall as a mic, but I see I don't have the patch cables that I need. I lost all my cables in that freaking fire. Anyway.
Have you heard about Sean as well? Sean Hawkins. He might be leaving. He's not having a good time of it in the minute either.
What about Sean?
Have you ever used Sean's videos to give to somebody?
No.
No. See, nobody does. Why does nobody? See, that's how long ago this was. Can you remember when Sean did his video where he was crying? Because nobody was doing it. I think I might have made a video on it myself. You can see him crying. He's got tears in his eyes. That's how long ago this was. Well over a year ago. Just putting a timescale on it. Nobody likes Sean. I quite like him. Although he does,
I didn't say I
call
didn't
people
like him.
liars and all
Right.
that.
I
know, but nobody watches his videos and stuff like that. You guys,
I've watched some of
you
his
guys
videos,
don't support him or anything.
No, that's not true. I was watching his videos and commenting yesterday on his videos. It's just that I don't pass videos around.
See, George was watching Sean's videos. We're decided we're backing Sean, especially with the Polaris argument. I'm not personally me. I'm not talking to anybody about Polaris unless Sean Hawkins is there.
Anyway, back to this horizontal.
See, so that's how much we stick up for the community. That still stands. I won't talk to anybody about Polaris unless Sean Hawkins is there. It's his argument. He invented Polaris, so still stands to this day.
Plane thing.
Yeah.
Is
stand with Sean. Oh, the eye hole, the head hole.
Yeah. Okay. So you're at position A, and you've got the thing leveled out, so it's parallel with your horizontal, or establishes your horizontal line. It agrees with the other level, let's say.
Yeah, we put a level on. I don't know if Emma's still around. Do you want to fancy incorporating this to your two points at equal elevation? You've got an 8x4 sheet with a hole in the middle. Just a thought. Whether you can incorporate it in there. I think it's a good idea. It shows the perpendicular at least, anyway. On our plywood sheet.
Yeah. Now you move a mile away.
Yeah.
To point B with your plywood sheet. Your head's in it.
Yep.
And you set up your auto level and you align the sheet with that auto level. Okay. At point B.
Yeah, well, it's got levels on it. We've updated it, George. It's now got a 4 level, like a spirit level, and a side one as well. So if we can keep both of those levels, with the bubble in the middle, as we're walking, we can look at the horizon any time we want, can't we?
Fine. Yeah, that conceptually works. Okay. Let's say we have that. We have a very accurate.
See, you can't say that we didn't work together well. This is a perfect team. George and the On the Level crowd. I mean, look at that. I don't know what the Blue Marble scientists think, but I bet they're jealous of knowing how well we work together with George. How friendly we all are. Surprising, isn't it? People thought that we were, nasty to George. Well, no, couldn't be further from the truth. We like George. I think it was George that got a bit carried away when he was with his group of friends. But when he was here, he was fine, as you can hear.
If we were nasty to George, he wouldn't have keep coming back.
Yeah. Well, you can hear it. We are chatting. This is friendly. We're doing experiments. He's getting stuff done. I don't know whether he did this and whether there's any recordings of the Blue Marble scientists going over this sort of stuff with George, or whether he even did that over there. I think Blue said that one time that George only came in over here to take the piss, but it doesn't sound like that. Sounds like he wants to have a chat with us. I miss George, really. God rest his soul.
Spirit level. Unfortunately, they're very crude. They're not very let's just say for sake of argument that we have very accurate spirit levels on this thing so it can maintain your horizontal. Okay?
Yeah.
All right, now, when you get to point B, now if you were to draw a plumb line.
Oh. Yeah, you're gonna get
if you were to draw up a plumb line from this,
we could have 4 from each corner, right? 1 from each corner.
Okay, all right. You drop your plumb line, right, at position B. Now, if you did the same thing at position A, being on the real Earth, this Earth that we're on, those plumb lines would not be parallel.
What do you mean? We've got a horizontal plane with our auto levels, and we've got a plumb bob hanging from each corner. 4 of them.
Right.
You're saying they wouldn't be, all of them wouldn't be perpendicular to the horizontal plane.
No. Still be perpendicular to the horizontal plane. The 4 plumb bobs.
They wouldn't be vertical. Don't be telling us we've got 4 plumb bobs that aren't vertical.
They are vertical.
Okay. See, there you go, Kevin. You've hung a plumb bob from each corner of your horizontal plane. They are vertical.
They are vertical.
And they are perpendicular.
Mm-hmm.
Genius. This is George's experiment. It's working quite well. Oh, and perpendicular to the horizontal plane.
And perpendicular to the horizontal plane. Yes.
That's nice.
But
so all perpendiculars to the plane.
At a given position. At position B, all the plumb bobs will agree with one another. They'll be perpendicular to the horizontal plane, and they'll be parallel to one another.
Yeah,
now,
one in each corner.
When you go to position A, a mile away,
this is a good
still
one. You're helping us out tremendously here, George. I'm loving this. This sounds great. Because we've done away with the 1 vertical problem, and now we've got 4 from all hanging from the same horizontal plane.
I don't think you're listening to me. Okay, now we go back to position A. We do the same thing. Now all the plots.
Making you walk a long way with this thingy, isn't he? This plywood
I hope
sheet.
position A and B weren't that far away. We didn't check that with him at the time.
And now you've got 4 plumb bobs to keep going as well, and your 2 levels.
Yep. Still all hanging from the horizontal plane that is that 8x4 sheet. So I don't know how anything changes between position A and position B.
Yeah, I think we could get like a stabilizer, gimbal sort of thing, an automatic. You might be able to get some drones as well to help you out, take a bit of weight off. You are doing a lot of walking.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps you could get it modern day times, right? Just get the drones to support it for you. Track you. Just keep your head in the middle of the thing whilst keeping the plywood sheet horizontal.
Yeah.
At position A, perpendicular to the horizontal plane that you have, and they're all parallel to one another. The difference is if you were to precisely measure the plumbs at position A versus those at position B, those plumbs will not be parallel. That's the difference.
Okay, let's, seeing as we're walking around with our I-plane plywood sheet,
wait a second now.
That? Go on.
Did he? Am I getting this right? Is he saying so I've got this contraption on my head, right?
The
on my shoulders, whatever. The I-plane. Yeah, and they got plumb bobs hanging from it. And I've got levels, so I know I'm horizontal. I know I've got plumb bobs. I know they're vertical. They're hanging from this contraption that I have on me. This, what did you say? The I-plane? The I-plane. Yeah. I like it. and then but I'm in position A, and then I move to position B. Is he saying that those plumb bobs suddenly become not parallel? Is that
not suddenly, right? You start at A, and you've
Mhm.
got your I-plane with your plumb bobs. The plumb bobs
Yeah.
are all perpendicular to the plane, right? As you go, and you walk from A to B whilst
B.
keeping the I-plane completely horizontal, with the
Right.
plumb bobs being perpendicular,
right,
all the way from A to
B.
B. And then if you measure them, right, they won't be the same.
Wait a minute. What's the difference between location A and location B? I mean, I'm carrying
one's
this
called
thing
A.
along with me the whole time.
Yeah, one's called A and the other one's called B. Now, George just says if you measure them, the perpendicular at A will be different than the perpendicular at B.
That's what. That's where I was wondering. Is that really what he's saying?
The same but different, yeah.
Because
Like
because if they're
carefully
perpendicular,
measured them.
well, if they're perpendicular to the eye level plane, then they're perpendicular to the eye level plane at position A and position B. What difference does that make? How precision would you have to be to notice a difference between the plums at the eye level plane in position A versus the plums at on the eye level plane at position B when you've just measured them at position A?
Oh.
Wow.
See, this is one of the things that I don't think Rumpus has the capability for measuring plumb bobs for the eye plane at both position A and B and measuring that difference.
Yeah, I'm with you there for sure. Yeah. Wow.
But
all right.
If you were, that's how you would prove the dogmatic globe, right? If you could measure a difference between perpendiculars at A and perpendiculars at B.
So I'm at position A and I've got this whole thing going on and I measure the perpendicularity of the plums to the eye level plane. And then I say, okay, everybody, we're going to position B. And then I go to position B and I measure the perpendicularity of those plumb bobs to my eye level plane that I was just measured at position A. And somehow George is saying now they're going to be different.
Yeah, a different perpendicular. I think.
Okay.
But I mean, it's a shame he's not around anymore. I don't know who
I know he
the
can't.
next best.
This is why we miss George, because I would love to further this conversation with him.
Do you want to hear a bit more of him explaining it?
Yeah. Maybe he answers my question. I don't know.
Plywood sheet. The horizontal plane plywood sheet from A to B.
Yeah, you could extend it indefinitely.
Okay, and then if we still have our plumb bobs, perpendicles, one on each corner, would they not be perpendicular to the horizontal plane?
To the plane that they're attached to.
Yeah.
They would not. If you go out far. From
A to B, like that's what we said.
They wouldn't.
Yeah. No. Okay. Imagine this. Okay, you're on to something. Imagine this. You're back at A.
Oh, George, like I know this is good. We're on to something here.
Okay.
So you can see my keenness as well, but obviously it keeps breaking down. I didn't quite get it as well. I'm like with you. It's like I'm not quite with it. I might have missed a little bit there, George. It's like when Spot On talks and he goes on mute. Like you wish you knew what he had have said, but you didn't quite catch it, and I don't know whether we can get it back again. Something about perpendiculars not being perpendicular.
At one position versus another, though. That's the thing.
Yeah.
That's the really weird thing.
Yeah, same plane, same plumb bobs. Position A, perpendicular. Position B, not. Yeah, I don't know. It's fascinating, isn't it? Fascinating.
It is fascinating.
Let's go. Your mic's going again.
No. Okay, I'm sorry. Why it seems when I raise my voice a bit, it goes haywire. Now, okay, let's say we're back at position A We have this horizontal plane. We've got this big sheet of plywood. It goes out several miles. Okay?
Yeah.
Right.
Big sheet of plywood,
So,
man.
we've got this flat plane.
We go big or go home, right? I mean, it's putting a bit of strain on your legs now at this point.
That's for sure. But I like where he's going with this. I mean, he is absolutely attempting to make this thought experiment work. I really like it.
Yeah. Like, you go bigger with the plane is always the best way. I mean, maybe causing complications for himself, but
yes,
I like the idea.
He did say it could go indefinite, but I'm not sure that you could actually create that. So he just went with a mile, I think, right?
A mile square plywood sheet.
A mile square plywood
Still very
sheet.
impressive. Very impressive.
Yes, indeed.
Here we go.
We're in the middle of, we've got our eye level at the surface, and we're looking out over this horizontal plane. Now,
still hole in the middle. Same plane, same hole in the middle, poking your head through. It's a horizontal plane, big one.
We take a plumb bob and we attach it just a few inches from there.
You've got one on each corner of this plywood
sheet. We have one in the middle. Plus, we have one in the middle.
Yeah. You could. See, he's added another plumb bob in. So now we've got a 5 plumb bob,
5
mile
plumb
square eye plane, plywood eye sheet eye plane.
Fantastic.
Have them all the way along it, right?
Yeah. Well, let's just say, for sake of argument, we got one on each corner and one in the middle.
Oh, just the 5. One on each corner and one in the middle. Your mic's going again, man. This is some of the best stuff we've done. This teamwork.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Okay, now, if we were to precisely measure the plumbs, all those 4 plumbs on this horizontal plane, they would not be parallel.
At
they
which
would
position?
only be parallel if they were close together. But the fact
only be parallel if they're close together, but the fact that he's made a big plane, not. Interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
If they're separated by mile or a couple miles, they will not be parallel.
Are they all perpendicular to the horizontal plane? Oh, George.
That's where we differ.
So, sorry, I missed that. Are they all perpendicular to the horizontal plane?
Not if you've extended that plane out several miles. The ones in the corners will not be perpendicular to the plane anymore. Only the one in the middle where your eye is will be perpendicular.
You know, I could see what he's talking about. Because, I mean, we talked about an 8x4 sheet and how difficult that thing is going to be not to bend.
Yeah.
Right? If you have a mile square sheet of plywood and you're holding that thing on your shoulders, that thing is definitely going to bend.
You would have thought so, wouldn't you? The excess weight at the end. I would
definitely
be surprised if it was touching.
I wished Sorry.
Go on.
I wished I'd had the life experiences I recently had back then because it has been done. Hang on. So if you extended the ply sheet, so from 8x4 extended to like 4 miles by 5 miles. I mean, it's been done.
Yeah, they would be perpendicular.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
They use perpendiculars the whole way to do it. I wish, oh gosh. I'm like, but I didn't have that experience,
Well, you'd never be able to walk around with a mile plywood sheet in the mine, would you?
Yeah, but they still hang the plumb bobs and went that, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, absolutely.
But the plumb bobs aren't bending though, right? The where the plumb bobs are connected to isn't bending.
Mm-hmm.
No.
That's the thing, right? I mean, I think George was right in saying that if you had plywood, right? If you had a plywood sheet, a mile square on your shoulders, and your head was poking through it, only that middle plumb bob is really going to be perpendicular because other parts of that plywood sheet, are definitely going to bend.
Yeah, like a chin plumb bob.
Yeah, there's
It'd
no
have to
doubt
be
those
close,
are going to
wouldn't it?
bend.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would have to chin plumb up. It would have to be very close. Yeah. I
Well,
get what he's saying here.
Yeah, but for a thought experiment to add that in, that's a bit of moving the goalpost.
Yeah. Granted.
Yeah, I like Buster. Like he's right. If you've got a horizontal plane that's a mile square, and you have verticals perpendicular at each corner, then yeah, it's going to be perpendicular. But what George seems to be saying is, if you have a horizontal plane, then the perpendiculars, the plumb bobs, won't be perpendicular, which I'm guessing is a proof of globe.
Well,
right?
yeah, because
if you were to go out
bends.
there and say, yeah, the only way you could do to say that would be the fact that if you've got a horizontal plane, a mile square, and you put a plumb bob at each end, each corner, well, that couldn't be perpendicular. That's what flat earth math was saying. Right? That vertical and horizontal can't be perpendicular on the dogmatic globe.
I wouldn't think so. Do you think George was inadvertently describing bendizontal here?
I think he was just going with the dogma, right? You can't have 4 perpendiculars to a horizontal plane and then call those perpendiculars
parallel,
plumb, level, vertical,
and parallel to each other, because he said they're not parallel.
Yeah. Well, all perpendiculars to a plane will be parallel. That's a known fact.
But not on the eye level plane. It sounds like from
not George's eye level plane. But
no, right.
Again, proof of dogmatic globe.
Yeah.
So you're saying we've got perpendicles to a plane?
We got what?
We've got perpendicles to a plane.
Perpendicle.
It's a plumb bob hanging from it's a weight hanging by a string.
Okay, sure.
Perpendicular.
Yeah.
But you're saying they're not perpendicular to the plane.
Not the ones in the corner. That's a long ways away from your eye. Only the one that's hanging by your eye will be perpendicular to the plane.
So the perpendicles to the plane aren't perpendicular. I mean, that's dogmatic globe. Proof. Right there. That's how you do it.
The fact that you move the corners way out several miles, the pendulum...
It's still a horizontal plane though, right? Oh, you've gone again, George. Always when I ask a question for clarity.
Yes, the horizontal plane established by your eye, and the issue is here, Ben, is the fact that you're moving the corners away from your eye by several miles. That now changes the gravitational vector that aligns the plumb. The plumb always will try to point to the center of the Earth, and as you move away from your eye,
dogmatic,
there will be now an angle from perpendicular pointing towards the center of the Earth. That's what the plumb's alignment says too. They don't care whether or not they're perpendicular to the horizontal plane. They try to point to the center of the Earth, and as you move away from...
Did you hear that? Plumb bobs don't care whether they're perpendicular to the horizontal plane. Just verticals perpendicular to the horizontal plane. But plumb bobs don't care. They don't follow those rules. Although they are vertical. And the standard for vertical. and vertical is perpendicular to horizontal, but plumb bobs don't follow those rules. Apparently, dogmatic globe rules. Did anybody know that?
I did not know that.
Plumb bobs don't follow the rule of vertical.
Well, we had someone in today that talked about the behavior of vertical and horizontal. So
yeah,
that may be what George is talking about here too.
Mm. Yeah, it's a pity George isn't around. God rest his soul. It would be good to be able to have somebody of George's caliber to be able to put us right on these perpendiculars to a horizontal plane that are vertical but not plumb bob vertical. There's different verticals.
Your
obviously.
eye, they now have to point inward at an angle towards you, towards the center of the earth.
Can I just get for clarity then, right? We've got a horizontal plane. Did you see that? The plumb bobs point towards you.
At the center of the earth.
You, yeah, monad.
You are in the center of the earth.
Yeah, you are the center of the earth. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
As long as you're putting your head through the eye plane.
through the hole, eye plane hole.
Yeah, then plumb bobs point towards you.
Mm-hmm.
That's a dogmatic globe proof.
I would
agree.
agree.
Could only happen on the globe of that plane, the dogmatic globe, and we have got some plumb bobs hanging from each corner.
Yep.
Right now, so that's a horizontal plane and a plumb bob that establishes a vertical. Right?
Yep.
Now, are those verticals perpendicular to the plane?
Only if they're close together.
But they're at the end of this plane that we've just established, which is, I don't know,
it depends upon how large. It depends upon how large this plane is. Now, if say
you're putting
around,
a size limit to a horizontal plane, are you?
Pardon?
Yeah, I think we had somebody around here today, area, wanting to assign an area to a plane. I think that's what George is doing. I think that's what he wanted to do earlier, but the guy that came round here today, what's his name? The guy that sounds like Pickled Rick, but has forgot whether he ever used that name.
AK.
AK, that's the fella. He wanted to put an area to a horizontal, to a plane, for some reason. I think that's what George's doing. I think this is a dogmatic globe thing for some reason. Assigning areas to planes. We did ask this earlier on, and you said that a horizontal plane would be infinite.
Morty Master.
You could make it infinite, sure.
Okay, right. So the perpendiculars.
That's it, Morty Master.
Perpendiculars
he forgot his
to
name.
that horizontal plane. That's his other name that he's forgot. Infinite horizontal plane would be called what? The perpendiculars to a horizontal plane.
The perpendiculars to the horizontal plane will be perpendiculars, but they won't necessarily be parallel to a plumb that's hanging.
But a plumb bob is a tool for establishing a vertical.
That's right. But how does a plumb operate? It operates that it hangs down where it's pointing towards the center of the earth. That's called
it's going to be hanging down from the end of a horizontal plane.
I can explain this here. Hang on.
Nice.
I'm just drawing something in paint right now, and then I will post it so that we can talk about it.
See, this is good, isn't it? Because this is 3D. We've developed from like a perpendiculars to a straight line to perpendiculars to a plane. And George is going to draw it now. Okay. I'll just have a word with Sugar Cookie.
Sure.
I've got a a little attachment thing that you put on optical devices. It's for cameras and auto levels, mainly for what do you call it? Telescopes and stuff. But it's where you fit your phone to the eyepiece. It's got all sorts of adjustments on it, so you can put your phone over the eyepiece of any device that you want, and that's the best way that we do, because we pipe that phone picture then straight to Discord through I don't think I can. I think it's in the car, to be honest. My little doodah. Just fits your phone goes on one end and the other bit sort of tightens over the lens piece to make it so you can do it. I presume Rumpus will be having one of those when he does his with his auto level. You know, Ranty's getting an auto level. What do you reckon to him? Ranty, team. Are you team Ranty, George?
No.
No.
Ranty hasn't spoken to me in months.
Not even when he's come on over to your side, like?
No, I haven't spoken to him since he turned the show over to Brandon.
Oh. Well, he's
been almost a year. Yeah.
He's meant to be going up Winter Hill with it. He's getting an auto level. Ruhif's buying him an auto level, you know.
I didn't know that. No.
So he can he can join the ranks of the Globe surveyors like B-Ball. The new breed, right? You've got B-Ball and Ranty. Right, move over, Jesse. Go away, guy
Jesse's
from
pretty.
Maine. Get out of here. We've got Ranty and B-Ball. Oh, and Bob as well. Did you hear it? That was a good one, wasn't it? That was brilliant with Bob. You don't need measuring rods. Magic sticks, I think. What was it he called it? Magic measuring stick.
Who's Bob?
Who's Bob? Bob the liar guy. The one that, yeah, the one that said he measured the drop of a lake from his back garden.
Oh, I don't know who that is.
Sticky tape and crayons he uses rather than a
I'm
measuring
going to post this now in the chat. Okay, you got that?
Yeah.
All right. Now, here we are. The black line, horizontal line, is our plane, is our big sheet of plywood on edge. Okay. In the center, we have our red head. And our eyes are lined up with the sheet of plywood. Okay.
Okay, that's our head in the middle there, is it?
That's our head in the middle. Yeah.
Look at it. This is the I-plane plywood sheet experiment.
Wow.
Look at the plumb bobs at the end.
Mm-hmm.
That's a leaky plumb bob, isn't it?
Yeah.
45 degrees near enough, that one at the end.
That has to be the procedure the guys I know use.
Yeah, they'd know about that. You'd be able to show them that, wouldn't you?
Yeah, it's like, did you guys use this? I mean, yeah.
Confirmation. Let me show you. You could get a team part. You could get a part of the team. Like, let me on, guys. You've got to let me on now. I know the secrets.
This is one of those things you go into the mine with a newbie and you say, go over to the guys that hang the plumb bobs. Ask them if this is the way they do it right here. This is what it looks like.
This is what you guys do,
Say,
right?
this is what you, yeah, you say it just like that. This is what you guys do, right? This is how it is right here.
You're not flat earthers, are you?
No. Oh dear.
He was getting good with this paint, right? I think he was a bit jealous of Rumpus doing a little bit.
Yeah.
We do miss George. I mean, how can you not miss this?
I know, right?
Okay, now the red lines perpendiculars to the plane at any distance. Let's say the plane, our head to the edge of the plane is, say, 10 miles, okay?
Wow, 10 miles. Bigger than the board I was thinking.
Yeah, it's bigger. We'll make it whatever size you want. I'm just saying, just for grins, let's say it's 10 miles from the center of the head out to the edge of the plane, right?
Wow, yeah, 20 mile horizontal plane. 4
Correct.
feet wide will do, won't it? Right, we don't need to make it.
Okay, now the red lines are perpendiculars to that plane. Everywhere I have a red line drawn which is perpendicular to the plane. Okay, that's
so
the red lines.
If that's a horizontal plane, would you call those red lines then vertical?
I'm getting to that.
Okay.
Okay. Right now,
Threw
we're
them
just
off
going
there
to
a
say
little
they're
bit.
perpendicular to the plane. Okay, we're not going to talk about them being vertical or not.
No.
Now,
it is a horizontal plane though, and they are
they are perpendicular and they are vertical, but that's not the dogmatic globe.
Yeah, that's not the
getting away
vertical
from the
word.
dogmatic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Please let me finish my story.
the blue lines are plumb lines. The blue line is a string, and the blue circle at the end are weight. Now, on the Earth,
if you asked
this is
anybody,
what's going to happen.
Yeah, the blue lines are plumb lines right there.
Yeah.
That's what they are. That's what those are.
Is this in motion, or is he just stood still? What's going on? Who'd say, well, how big's the plane?
I would have thought it was one of those contraptions with the ball bearings at the bottom of it. Just thinking there's not enough of those, or those strings not long enough to reach the other one that's towards the center. I mean, this is fantastic though.
Well, isn't this one of those things that if you were to set them in motion, eventually they'd all swing at the same thing? You know, like.
Oh, I didn't think about that. Like almost a pendulum kind of thing.
Like the metronome.
Yeah.
Like if you set them all, the metronomes going together, they all sync up. That's what it looks like to me. But apparently, I don't think they are in motion. I think.
No, I don't think so. I think
that's a static plumb bobs.
Yep.
Dogmatic glow proof.
Mm-hmm.
Is only at the center where your head is, will that plumb line be hanging straight down so it's perpendicular to the plane. Everywhere else, it will not be perpendicular. It will point towards the center of the Earth. They're going to camber inward towards the center of the Earth, so they will not be perpendicular. They are vertical. They are the verticals at that point, but you can see that the verticals are not coincident or not the same as the perpendiculars. As you move away from the center where you are viewing, the verticals deviate from the perpendicular. And they deviate more and more as you get further and further away from your central point. That's the difference. That's where we get hung up.
See, this isn't known. This isn't common knowledge. I think George is giving away some of the secrets. I don't think most people are meant to know about this. Normies especially. I don't think you'll find any normies. This is privileged information. I hope everybody's aware. George, I'm not too sure whether George was meant to be talking to us about these dogmatic globe secrets. They keep this quiet. So feel honoured to be hearing this. That's on your model though, right?
Yeah, this is for the globe Earth model. This is what happens.
Dogmatic. On the model,
now,
on your... This is what happens when you take on the dogmatic globe model. This is one of the consequences of taking on the dogmatic globe model. You end up drawing pictures like this in paint to explain plumb bobs.
I would say that these plumb bobs, maybe they are depicting gravity, because this Cavendish experiment, mass attracting mass. So maybe they are attracting
each other.
Yeah. So,
well, he did say you're at the center, so maybe your mass is attracting them. They do point towards you. He did say that, didn't he?
And they are ferromagnetic, so they are going to each other.
That makes sense.
If this was a flat plane, if it was a flat Earth, then everywhere on this plane, the red perpendicular and the blue lines would be parallel or dropping straight down. They would not be cambered inward.
Yeah,
if
everywhere on that plane, the perpendiculars would be vertical, right? Horizontal and vertical everywhere along that plane would be
everywhere along
be...
there. Yes, everywhere along there, the blue line and the red line would be coincident with one another.
Yeah, the vertical and horizontal would be perpendicular at every point, everywhere along that thing. Okay.
Yeah.
But right now, if you're thinking, well, that's what I thought happens in reality. Don't worry, because a lot of people do. That's what I said. This is privileged information. Not a lot of people are aware of this. But what you should be made aware of is not knowing this may mean that you get called a flat earther. But don't worry. That's only from this group of people that George was paralogizing this to. This is highly confidential and one of the secrets. You can see here. That's obviously around, I'd say this is around 31, 32, maybe even 34. But only on one model and reality, obviously. Because in reality, everywhere you go, the horizontal and the vertical are perpendicular, aren't they?
Or the flat Earth, yes.
In reality as well?
No, not in reality. The reality is what I'm...
You want to hear that again? Just in case you think you might have misheard that. Play it again. Only on one model and reality, obviously. Because in reality, everywhere you go, the horizontal and the vertical are perpendicular, aren't they?
Or the flat Earth, yes.
I'm not really bothered about the flat Earth. I say in reality, vertical and horizontal are perpendicular. I didn't know that the flat Earth had vertical and horizontal being perpendicular too. But that is the same as reality. Maybe they've borrowed that one from reality, though. In reality as well.
No, not in reality.
It says in reality they're not. George says in reality, vertical and horizontal aren't perpendicular.
Yes.
I don't know why.
No.
Yeah.
So he said that on flat Earth, yes, but not in reality.
Not in reality, no. Only in reality. Only in flat Earth is vertical and horizontal perpendicular. But he seems to have forgot about reality. There's something strange that goes on in the minds of people when they start saying things like this. This is severe model affliction. We did actually call this a nut sacking. This process of putting the model first.
Reality is what I'm showing you here for the
Dogmatic
actual
model.
Earth, for the globe Earth.
No. I'm saying, in reality, everywhere vertical and horizontal are perpendicular.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I've never seen anywhere in reality where vertical and horizontal aren't perpendicular.
That's because you think. That is because when you move.
There you go, from George.
A little
it's because we
unsure
think.
of himself there. Yeah. When you think, you move. When you move, it's a problem.
Well, I said that horizontal and vertical in reality are perpendicular, and he said that's because you think. And I would have to agree with him. Vertical and horizontal are perpendicular, but there's not much thought involved in it. It's one of those things that you know, like you just say. But then what if somebody was to say to you, prove it? Do you think you'd have an ability to be able to prove that vertical and horizontal are perpendicular? Or would you just have to go along with what George says because you don't have the ability to prove that vertical and horizontal are perpendicular? It's worth being able to sort out arguments, especially geometric ones, because it is possible to prove that vertical and horizontal are perpendicular.
It's very, very possible.
Yes. Practically possible to prove. But George model afflicted, obviously. Severely. Heavily.
How can I do that? I would have to do another plane.
He's going to draw another one.
When you move, wherever you are in the center, this is what your reality is going to be, is seeing this sort of thing. And say this, I'd have to draw another picture. Here, hang on, let me draw another picture.
Please do.
Oh gosh, let's see here. How am I going to do this?
This is so surreal. Like knowing what I know now. Like,
just give me a few minutes here. I got to do another picture.
Wow, that's okay. I'm gonna have to go and get some kip soon, though, George. It's 3:00 a.m. See, this is me staying up 3:00 a.m. to talk to George about this stuff. We like George. Yeah, who would stay up till 3:00 in the morning talking to somebody that you didn't want to talk to?
Don't forget, we made up house rules that the first person that triggers George, like, you can't speak anymore. Like,
yeah, we really did like George. So if there's a group of people around anywhere saying that we are taking advantage of George or were taking advantage of George, I just say, remember who is talking to George, who's helping George at the minute, who's letting George speak.
Yeah, who's engaged in a thought experiment?
Yeah. Because we know that there's a load of people that are out slandering us at the minute, but it means nothing. You can hear how we were talking to George. Is there any other recordings showing how anybody else was talking to George while he was explaining his experiment? to prove the dogmatic globe, because he had many. Seems like people just stealing them off him. Wrong person. Walter Bislin. Spaghetti. Was it Spaghetti Scientist? Wasn't it? Taking his Rainy Lake footage. Nobody gives him credit. And he deserves a lot of credit for all of this stuff. This is all George's ideas. All George's experiments. And look at it. Eye planes. Dangling plumb bobs. Unperpendicular. Plumb bobs. Not perpendiculars. I like this idea though. Sort of shows you about horizontal and vertical being perpendicular. Somebody's give you a thumbs up. Sugar cookie. You like that, sugar? It's a good globe model representation, that, isn't it? Horizontals and verticals. It is good, that. That's fantastic. Who's going to be around to draw diagrams like that? Is there anybody? Is there any modern day blue marble scientists? Is this another have the ability to do that? Are we going to get a
No, it's the same thing, but I'm going to show you what happens on the globe Earth when you move away. This is the part that's going to upset you greatly.
That first one was that was your globe Earth one, wasn't it?
Yes.
See, I'm wondering what would happen if you jumped on top of that plane and started walking around. Would that alter the plumb bobs underneath? Would they go to you, like the water level? Because the thing about a water level is, it's always at its highest point wherever you are. I don't know whether that works with plumb bobs. Not sure. So you're going to give us another one. Remember, this is to do the Bedford rumpus pole measurement.
Okay, I'm ready.
This is
now.
important for the use of being able to do that positioning of your rumpus pole.
Okay.
Okay, I'm off to bed. Good night.
Okay, night, paper.
Okay. Now what we got here, Bev, is on the left-hand side, I just have the same thing as the first diagram we were talking about. Okay.
Yeah.
This is position A. Oops. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, here, hang on. Let me redo. I want to add something to that. No. And I'll blow that one away. Hang on here. Just give me a second here.
What did you do? You tilted the horizontal. You put an angle on the
hang
horizontal.
on a second. All right.
It's got different bobs on the end of his plum, hasn't he? It's got different shaped. I like that. It makes them all individuals. It's not sort of a generic plumb bob that he's using. We get it's another half an hour. Then it's coming.
Shit. God. Damn it. Yeah, technical
Notice
difficulty.
Rumpus does that as well. Is that like a sort of a drawing thing that you do when you're doing your drawings?
Except I don't have as
yourself.
many problems as Rumpus. Yeah, I guess I've been listening to him too much. Becky, Hal! Here we go. That one. Put this one instead. Okay. All right.
Okay.
We have two positions, A and B, and we're separating them by 10 miles. Let's say where we move. We're in the center at A, and then we move our horizontal plywood plane to position B. That's 10 miles away. Okay.
Right. It's not horizontal there, though, is it? On B.
But it is as far as B is concerned.
What?
See, the thing is see, this is where you have problems regarding the globe Earth model, if you will. If you're at position A, say at...
He thinks I have a problem with, like, the difference between A and B. I have a problem with it. It's really weird.
The top of the globe, your vertical, where you are in the center there, is straight up and down on your page. That's your vertical. Now, if you move to B 10 miles away, your vertical relative to A is going to be tilted a little bit because
You got a tilted verticals, just a bit, because you've moved 10 miles. Makes sense that your verticals should tilt because you've moved 10 miles. It's only fair. Dogmatic globe proof.
that plumb line hanging from B has to point towards the center of the Earth. The center of the Earth is...
That's your rule book.
Fixed. And the line that you draw,
Isn't
your position at A,
or to the plane of the horizon, though.
But it is. B's plane
wherever
horizon.
You are.
B's horizon looks different than A's horizon on the globe Earth.
Not to be.
Huh?
Not to be.
Yes, it does. They do not see the same horizon.
It's always parallel to the plane of the
but
horizon.
The thing is, the Earth is curved.
For B.
The Earth is curved. That's the problem. That's why it changes.
The problem
is because of the curvature of the Earth.
Horizontal
if the Earth
changes.
And the horizontal changes. If the Earth wasn't curved, if it was on a flat Earth, the horizontals and the horizons would all be the same no matter where you were on the Earth. But on the curved Earth, they change according to position.
Yeah, but if you're like we were doing, walking around with that board parallel to the plane of the horizon whenever you're walking, it's always...
But your horizons are changing.
It's always parallel to the plane of the horizon, though, right?
Yes, but your horizons are changing as you change position. As you walk around.
As you walk and you move around. If you like walk towards the plane of the horizon, then all you are doing is walking towards the plane of the horizon. The horizontal that you have is still parallel to the plane of the horizon, even though you're moving.
That's right, but the plane of the horizon is also
every point
changing. The plane of the horizon does not remain fixed. That's
every point you're at, the plane of the horizon does not remain fixed. Fixed to the horizontal, but I don't know what George is meaning. It gets very complicated, the dogmatic globe. It sounds like it's contradictory. Maybe it is. You've got to find them, though. Horizontals would be parallel to the plane of the horizon, and verticals would be perpendicular to that horizontal.
Yes, but you're not listening to me. As you're moving around, the plane of the horizon changes. Even though you're remaining, you are indeed remaining parallel to that plane of the horizon, but that plane of the horizon is also changing as you walk around the earth.
But everywhere you're at, everywhere, without fail, always parallel. Horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon at every point.
Correct. But the plane
no
of the
matter
horizon
where you
is
are.
changing, but the plane of the horizon changes as you move around.
Wait, yeah, because you're looking at a different place, but it is always parallel. Horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Yes, but the plane of the horizon is also changing, so that the plane of the horizon at A and the plane of the horizon at B.
But this is why I think your horizontal plane with your head through it is such a good idea. Because no matter where you are, all you have to do is turn your head, and the horizontal that you've already set with the levels on it will always be, no matter where you're looking, it'll always be parallel with the plane of the horizon. You take a step, one step further.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes, that's correct.
And if the horizontals are all parallel to the plane of the horizon, then the horizontals necessarily must be parallel to each other.
No, that's where you're falling off the wagon. I just told you, as you move around, the plane of horizons are changing. They are not parallel. Planes of the horizon at point A and point B are not parallel to one another. Hence,
what do you think the plane of the horizon changes into?
Globe.
Any guesses?
The globe.
Well, the globe plane of the horizon?
It conforms to the curvature of the Earth.
The plane of the horizon?
The plane of the horizon. The plane, it curves. Like, it's a bendy plane.
Yeah, I don't think George would go along with that, to be honest.
Yeah, planes don't bend.
Yeah. I'm not so sure George would agree with you on that one. Like, it just changes.
What does George refer to changes?
It changes from a horizontal plane into a horizontal plane.
Yeah, considering Earth curve.
I think it's just a mental thing, really.
It's a mental, obviously, but George's sufficient cause is obviously the globe, right?
Yeah, it has to be.
Exactly. That's it. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got a rule book that says it can't be, even though everything that he does says it is. But
that's how he sees it.
This is a dogmatic globe proof. It's a proof of the dogmatic globe. Because that's the only reason George would be saying this. You'll never find anybody else to agree with this either. This is another one of the things. George was a genius for the globe, and they didn't give him enough credit.
You mean he was?
What do you mean?
You said he was genius.
Yeah, he was. He was a globe hero, the true globe hero. The amount of things that George has done and has done for the globe is limitless, really. But they don't give him the credit. They'd rather, people like McToon, Rumpus, Larry Scott, all of those people live off of George's legacy. It is a shame. 20 minutes.
The planes, your horizontal planes can't be parallel because the planes of the horizon have changed.
Now, that's not the way I see the logic, that, George.
Well, I know that's not the way you see it, but just explaining, that's how Rumpus and I see it on the curved Earth.
Okay. Well, Rumpus this morning was speaking for 90-odd% of the people. Now you're speaking for Rumpus. I called Rumpus like wanting to be a wannabe priest. Because he was saying he was
all I'm saying
speaking
is,
for all of his subjects.
Well, Rumpus and I understand the curved Earth and the spherical Earth. So, of course,
Yeah, that's what I said to him. I said he wanted to be a globe Earth priest.
The sugar cookie doesn't quite understand a slanted horizon. The horizon at B is not slanted according to B's position. I could set and I could rotate this a little bit so B is horizontal with the screen of your computer. That's what you see when you're at B. Relative to you, no matter where you are on the Earth, you think you are in this horizontal plane. But when
see, you think you're in a horizontal plane, but George tells you
you move around on the surface of the Earth, when you compare B to A, they are not parallel.
We do 1, 2,
because
and
you're
3.
going around the curved surface.
We do 1 and 2. Have you not heard? Like A, B, and C, they're old school. They're old.
He says, I got a drop, not hump. I'm not sure what you mean by hump. Is this SE Montreal terminology?
Yeah, George has the drop, right? Sugar cookie. You must know about George's drop.
Oh, B, if you look at B, at where your head is at B, it has dropped relative to the plane of A. Yes.
New school.
Let me draw another diagram here.
Another diagram.
This might help.
He was the best at drawing diagrams.
Yeah, this might help. Hang on, just give me a minute here.
One minute. Last drawing. Here we go.
Choosing.
See, this was one of the first contradictions that I ever saw, and we've got level is horizontal. That's what I say. think that's UK level. And then we've got Kozlowski Bislin hump. But I don't know whether, I think that should be the Blue Marble Science. Imagine hump. And then the Kozlowski Nutsack Drop. So Jesse Kozlowski did the bridge, obviously, the one that Blue Marble Science has gone with. And the drop is the Nutsack Drop. So Jesse Kozlowski has done the hump with Walter Bislin. And the drop is what George is talking about here. And he said the water level drops from horizontal. That's Jesse Kozlowski.
In the right color.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the Bislin hump, the Kozlowski Bislin hump.
Okay, here comes up another diagram. Okay. Between A and B, I've drawn a green line. This green line, I'm extending the horizontal plane of A out so it goes past B. What we call the drop is that orange line where B's head is. That distance from the green line to the black line at B is what we call drop distance from horizontal or from the tangent drawn from A. That's what we mean by drop.
You see that? Equipotential angle of adjustment is just drawn in. Is that...
What are all those verticals doing?
Okay, so would you say that... Yeah, I know. I mean, it may seem like some of them are going... It may seem like you have a different centre. 2 different centres, actually. There has to be. But, I mean, I'm pretty sure that's for dramatic effect.
Oh, right.
Because he has drawn a tangent and an equipotential angle, stating that, you know, they're part of the same thing, but the centres are in different places. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt, let's say. He got confused. It's all right. Angular difference between B and the extension to A is the meeting of 2 horizontals.
Yes. Yes. Now you're getting it.
So now you're getting it, see? The equipotential angle of adjustment where 2 horizontals meet. The angle between 2 horizontals. George, now you're getting it. Like, we've already got it. We knew exactly what all of this is. Where would you measure the angle from?
Oh.
And what would you call that angular deviance, right?
Well, nobody really uses that as a measure. I guess one way you could measure it is by maybe drawing a line from your head at A to your head at B, and you'd have a little different angle. It'd be a shallower angle, but you could use that as an angle.
I'll show you.
Well, you wouldn't say that B is looking up to A because technically the head at B and the head at A are at the same elevation on the curved earth. They are at the same level or elevation. So you're not there. One is not looking up or down towards one another because they're both at the same elevation.
This is where the equipotential angle of adjustment came from. These 2 horizontals, the angle between the 2 is the equipotential difference from A to B on a dogmatic globe model. This angle here is very special. Thank you, George. See this? It's like, what would you call that angle there?
Yeah, I'm saying it's not a standard angular measurement. I know what you were saying, and I'm just saying there is no real term for that.
What, the angular difference between two horizontal planes?
Yes.
Because, like, how would you measure that angle from a horizontal to a horizontal?
Well, the way I would measure it would be this way. Let me draw that for you.
I mean, you look at your verticals, right? You can't use that vertical as a reference because that would be a vertical reference between two horizontals of different angular measurements, and you obviously can't say that it's perpendicular from the vertical, because I mean it's never going to be vertical if it's not even perpendicular to the plane that if the vertical isn't even perpendicular to the plane that it's on, then might it be perpendicular to the plane that it's not on? Or, like, I mean, it's not surprising they don't want to measure that or give it a name. I mean, perhaps we could set up a competition or something. What would you call?
I'm trying to just a minute. Let me think about this. I got to try to think of what you would try to measure.
What would we call it? I bet Sugar Cookie's good at this. Horizontal to horizontal angular deviance.
Yeah, there you go. As good as anything.
Yeah. What do you reckon that? How many times have you measured them? What's the biggest horizontal to horizontal angular deviance that you've ever measured, George?
Never tried to.
You've never tried to? Just draw it.
It would be very difficult to measure because remember the Earth.
It's because it's not
angular
there.
Deviance on plumb lines on the Earth is 1 degree every 69 miles.
That's
so to pick up just 1 degree of horizontal plane deviance, you'd have to go 69 miles. It's going to be very difficult to measure.
Difficult to measure. See, I think a water level establishes a horizontal plane. But you don't.
So if you're, say, going to separate by 10 miles, then you're going to only be picking up about 1/10 of a degree in change between the horizontals. That's going to be very, very difficult to measure. The Earth is huge, so these deviations are very slight over, reasonable distances, like 10 miles, 5 miles, or whatever. The changes are so slight, it becomes very difficult to measure.
Yeah, well, like all tools that are called level establish a horizontal plane of reference, don't they?
Yeah, but the thing is, with the spirit level, they're very, very crude.
Yeah, well, it's about a water level. You can make them longer, can't you? They're more accurate over larger distances.
Yeah, but the thing is, there are practical considerations in trying to make a long water level. Theoretically, yes, you could get very accurate with the water level, but I don't know if you've tried ever making a long water level. I've tried in the past, and it's very difficult because you end up with air bubbles. You either have to have a large diameter tube, say on the order of 3/4 inch diameter or bigger, so that the air bubbles travel freely throughout. Because air bubbles,
you don't want air bubbles in a water level, George.
No, you don't.
Yeah.
And if you use small diameter tube, it's hard to get those bubbles out.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is. Try doing it for a mile.
Don't put the bubbles in it. That's the best way.
Well, there's always air entrained in the water, and if the water sits for a while, the air comes out of the water.
No. What's the biggest water level you've ever made, George?
I've done about 900 feet.
900 feet.
Yeah, 2 450-foot sections of black poly pipe, 3/4 inch.
Nice.
That's about 300 meters.
Well, we've got you beat, George. We got 2 400-meter ones. Well, I've
Yeah.
got one 400-meter. Spot on's got a 400-meter one as well. So that's 2 of us.
You've actually built it?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah,
and you never had problems with the water oscillating back and forth and settling down?
No. We tested the shit out of it. Yeah, we did our big test last weekend.
400 meters.
Yeah.
What kind of pipe?
Mine, I've got 3 mil. He's got 5 mil.
What do you mean 5 mil or 3 mil?
ID.
Millimeters?
Yeah, mil. 3 mil and 5 mil.
Well, in the U.S., mil means thousandths of an inch, so you got to be careful.
Well, mils is millimeter.
Yeah, we say millimeters or mils. A mil is 1/10,000th of an inch in the U.S. So 3 millimeters.
That's accurate.
I find that hard to believe.
You 10,000th of an inch. And that's not much of an inch, is it?
No, I don't think that's an accurate. I don't think it's a 10,000th of an inch. I think maybe a thousandth of an inch. But even that, you use mils when you're like painting coats on things that need like certain requirements of thickness of the paint, stuff like that.
Okay, so when we have it, we do mean millimeters. I don't even know what that is. I don't know. Sorry, you broke up again then, George.
I say 3 millimeters over 400 meters. I find that hard to believe.
You find what? It's hard to believe that I've got a water level.
That you can get it to work. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it works perfectly. Yeah, it did. It was brilliant. Anybody else think of a reason why 3 mil water level over 400 meters might not actually work? Why would George say that? I thought that was really weird. I mean, I have actually been out there and tested it, so I know for myself that practically it does actually work. Would anybody think that it wouldn't?
It seems to me like the people who think about these things theoretically and have never practiced them in like physical reality don't really understand how things actually work. And they just kind of like come up with these ideas. I don't know where they get their ideas from, but to say that a water level has to be 3/4 of an inch or larger in diameter for the tubing, it's like, no, it doesn't.
Yeah.
There's no reason. And the smaller diameter isn't going to trap bubbles any more than 3/4 of an inch.
Yeah, you just
it's
don't
just
put
how you
bubbles
purge
in it.
Yeah, you just purge it, right? And you don't have the bubbles in it.
Yeah, as long if you inject any pressure into the system, you will inject water bubbles into it. Just naturally out of the air, out of the water. That's where the bubbles come from. But if you don't, if you feed it through a constant like a height feed or whatever, so the water runs through it naturally, there's no bubbles in it at all. None. I don't know. It seems like there's a lot of things that in doing zero testing, people haven't really realized what is in reality.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at. Like, no practical knowledge.
Yeah.
All theoretical. Whatever.
I think he does say theoretically, like it wouldn't work because theoretically, his globe, and that's not allowed to work. Really good test.
I'd have to see that. I'm skeptical.
Yeah. Well, we live streamed it, so if you'd have come back a little bit earlier, you could have seen it.
Again, yeah, I knowing from my own experience in building water levels, I'm quite skeptical.
Well, we've been testing it for months, and we've done the test now. I mean,
what happens, say you've got the water level established where you have your vertical risers.
Yeah.
Okay. What happens if you move one end up or down? What happens to the water inside?
It just finds its level.
Yeah, but does it take a while? Does it oscillate back and forth, or?
It doesn't normally oscillate back and forth. It just finds its level again, settles, readjusts.
Yes.
Yeah.
But the thing is, before it can settle down and readjust, it's going to pump back and forth.
I wouldn't say so. It doesn't really go back and forth.
It always has for me.
Yeah. Over what distance did you do?
Longer the distance, the more it pumps and oscillates back and forth because you have
no. Do you think you have bouncier water in America? Because it just goes back. I don't know why he would say it was oscillate.
I mean, there's a way to make it, go back and forth, but it will eventually settle. It doesn't take long for it to settle. And as long as you've got, an established data point, a mark that you're trying to match, you can walk that thing around wherever and just match it back up to it, and you'll find that same horizontal.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen an oscillation of any, I mean, obviously you have to let a water level adjust, give it chance to settle. Robius. I'll just finish this. No, it just adjusts and works itself out. I mean, you've got to remember that 3 mil tube. I mean, it's not a lot of water in there, right? It doesn't take that much. There's a fraction of a mil, right? A milliliter.
That's
tiny
3
amount.
3 millimeters, huh? Inside diameter.
Yep.
Okay, here, hang on.
Keeps it cheap.
Yes, but there's so many problems with using small diameter.
What's the problem? Any problems? I thought it was great. It's here in front of me now, right now. Can't be much more left of this.
And you said how long was it? 400 meters?
Yeah, we're not going on about this water level now, are we, George? I've got to get some.
I just want to curiosity. I'm just going to compute how much massive water is in there.
Oh, it's about 0.7 of a litre. 7 litres? Maybe no. 0.7 of a litre. Oh, good memory. .7 litres. I don't know. I think Spot On's had 7 litres. Yeah.
What does that matter?
I know mine's a lot
The
less.
volume of it.
You don't think the size of the column matters, do you? For water pressure, George?
Oh, you mean the vertical riser?
I mean the size of the column.
You mean size of the column?
For hydrostatics.
You're saying the vertical riser on the ends.
I'm saying, yeah, the size of the column, right?
That doesn't matter that much.
No.
Okay, whatever. I'll just have to take your word for it. I'm just not convinced.
You wait till you see the test, George. It's genius. Shared straight line segments.
Voice is going haywire again.
And it is genius as well. Nobody's bothered though. Yeah, do you want us to walk you through the test sometime, George? I'm going to have to go and get some kit now because it's 3:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
For us.
Get some sleep.
Yeah. Well, pop round again and I'll run you over the test.
Okay.
All right.
Good night.
Thanks for popping round. Catch you later, guys. I've got to go and get some sleep. There you go. Now, did that seem disrespectful? Was anybody nasty to George? Any names called? No. No. We were quite respectful. Well, very respectful. As always. Don't trust blue marble scientists when they tell you things about us. That they're not true. Go on, give us a concept. I need to go and get some sleep. Give us a concept to sleep on, Tornagon. Tornagon. Come on, give us it quick, because I'm going to have to get going. Let's get a Buster song ready. Join us tomorrow. Free for all Friday. Anybody can come round. Even if you've got some sort of an experiment, maybe you can develop the I-plane. Do something better than George. It'll take a bit. Don't think anybody can do that. They contradict themselves, Saragaki. Okay, Tornagon, are you not? Never mind. Concepts. Anybody got any Buster song recommendations? Anyone? No? Sean Hawkins. We all know you're insane. Shout out to Sean, wherever you are. We still stand by Sean. Thanks for listening. And this has been George, the original nutsack, going over rumpus and tests that needed to be done. Dead straight. I started off with that one, Saragaki. I did. Well, that's the one that we opened up with today. Unless you want to listen to it again. Yeah, let's listen to it again. It's too good. Listen to the lyrics on this. Thanks for joining us. Join us tomorrow. Free for all Friday. No, we'll be doing much of the same sort of stuff. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow.
found balance and so much more. It's getting clearer all the time. All we see are all these dead straight lines. And show me what's in reality, and I won't compromise between the truth and lies. This is where I make my stand. Please don't take me to your la-la land. It's all about geometry. All we see is horizontally. Show me what's in reality, and I won't compromise between the truth and lies. Show me what's in reality, and I won't compromise between the truth and lies. Reality is all I see. I don't need your fantasy. I've had enough of sophistry. I'll find my own philosophy. Reality is all I see. I don't need your fantasy. I've had enough of sophistry. I'll find my own philosophy, and you can't bend reality into what you think your car sees. Something's happening to me. Don't remind me of how things used to be. We don't need no